We're going to call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, would you please take roll call?
Absolutely. Councilmember Baldino.
Here.
Councilmember Giroux.
Here.
Councilmember Perstuck. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Here.
And Mayor Boyle.
Here. All right, we're going to have the invocation led by Father Alexi Smith of St. Andrew Russian Greek Catholic Church, and then the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel. Please rise.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let us pray. Blessed are you, Lord God of all creation. Through your goodness, we've been given this beautiful season of spring, of Passover, of Easter, of Ramadan, of Vesak, and many other religious celebrations, in which the earth and its inhabitants are renewed. May this evening's meeting of our City Council evidence this time of spring, this time of renewal. Renewal of commitment to serving all segments of our city, both residential and commercial. Renewal of commitment to unity of purpose for our city, while respecting the diversity of our needs and aspirations. Renewal of commitment to freedom of expression of opinions and respect for both the individual expressing them and for those to whom they are addressed. Renewal of commitment to work together, that El Segundo be second to none. Enable us to use wisely the gift of our city, which you have so graciously entrusted to us, that we might continue to provide a unique place in which to live and work and raise our families. May we all be led closer to you and to one another, and to the eternal blessings you promise. And may we never forget those members of our community who are less fortunate than are we. Amen.
Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Father Alexi. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel. All right, I have a couple special presentations. First up, Councilmember Baldino will read the Municipal Clerk Week proclamation.
All right. Whereas the office of the municipal clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world, and whereas the office of municipal clerk is the oldest among public servants, and whereas the office of municipal clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies and agencies of government at other levels, and whereas the municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all. And whereas the municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community, and whereas the municipal clerk continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the municipal clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meeting of their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations. And whereas it is the most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the office of municipal clerk. Now, therefore, the mayor and the members of the city of El Segundo do hereby proclaim May 5th through May 11th as Municipal Clerk Week in El Segundo, and further extend our appreciation to Municipal Clerk Tracy Weaver, Deputy City Clerk Lily Sandoval, Patricia Harada, Records Technician, and to all municipal clerks for their vital service they perform and their exemplary dedication to the community they represent. Well done, Tracy.
Madam Clerk, would you like to say a few words and do a photo op?
So usually I just stand up here and blubber because this is not my favorite thing to do. However, I did want to say thank you. Thank you to Lily and Patricia. It's an honor to serve the community and the council and all of the departments at the city. But I thought I would read to you that the municipal clerk, like you said, is the oldest profession besides the tax collector. So much fun to be in that same category. But I did read some words from a political scientist, Professor William Bennett Monroe, who wrote one of the first textbooks on municipal administration. He said that no other office in municipal service has so many contracts. It serves the mayor, the city council, the city manager, and all administrative departments without exception. All of them call upon it almost daily for some service or information. It works Its work is not spectacular, but it demands versatility, alertness, accuracy, and no end to patience. Amen to that one. The public does not realize how many loose ends of city administration this office pulls together. And those words were written 80 years ago. So thank you very much.
Wow, thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're kind of the unsung hero, all three of you in the organization. You do so much to keep the city going. Thank you so much. It's a very complex, detail-related job in which you have to follow a lot of different laws and regulations. We thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And I can personally attest to the patience that you've exhibited as I've tried to figure out what I'm doing up here, so thank you.
Yeah, let's do a photo real quick.
Two. No. You're not escaping. Very good. Can we open that up? Is it okay? There's something in there? There it is. Oh, okay. Here we go. 1, 2, and a couple more. And one more. Thank you so much.
We have another proclamation. This is definitely a highlight in the 8 years I've been sitting up here on the dais. And I want to just say that I had nothing to do with the decision here, right? Mr. Delgado, you can attest to that. Well, this is a big deal, so we do this every year. The proclamation reads, whereas May 2024 is National Older Americans Month, a time set aside annually to commemorate and celebrate the significant contributions older Americans have made to the community of El Segundo. And whereas El Segundo is committed to valuing all individuals and recognizing their ongoing life achievements. And whereas older Americans possess and share a wealth of experience, background, and history, making them one of the city's most treasured and enduring resources. And whereas older Americans are available, capable, and enthusiastic to provide volunteer services that contribute to a coordinated community-based system of social, emotional, physical well-being of not only other seniors, but the community at large, thus an important part of the ties that bind both family and community. And whereas recognizing the success of community elders encourages their ongoing participation in further accomplishments, and whereas Val Smith, AKA my mother, was nominated by her peers as the 2024 El Segundo Older American of the Year, a recognition which identifies, inspires, and promotes community involvement and a spirit of giving back to others through volunteerism and community engagement. Now, therefore, on the 7th day of May, 2024, the mayor and members of the City Council of the City of El Segundo, California, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2024, Older Americans Month 2024, and Val Smith as the 2024 El Segundo Older Americans of the Year. And I just want to say something real quick before we applaud. My mom, when did you move here, Mom? Like 8 years ago?
10 years ago.
10 years, wow, time flies. My mom, I came here, I don't know, 27, 28 years ago. She followed me. It took her a long time to get here, but when she did, I just knew my mom would dive right in, know more people in town than I knew, which she does. And so she keeps me abreast of everything that's going on in town, even more so than my colleagues up here sometimes. And she just jumped right in. She's been this way her whole life. Back when she grew up in Chicago, she was always involved in the community, and you make me very proud. And you're a great role model for our, not just the family, but the community at large. So thank you very much. We're all very proud of you. I love you. Yeah. You want to say a few words?
Ryan, you say some words?
I'll say some words on your behalf.
Okay, say some words.
Yeah, we'll get a photo op and everything. This one was cool, and as Mayor Boyle said, there was no rigging of this one. This one all came about honesty and through hard work. And, you know, this year's theme for our Elder Fest is powered by connection, and kind of what Drew said leads to Val. She's powered by connection. I first met her when we took on a Rotary project. We had the haunted house up at the teen center, and it was Val, Eloise, and Wayne Mulares. And ever since then, I can't go anywhere in town without running into Val. Rotary projects, Women's Club, taxes over at Park Vista during COVID, you know, getting supplies to deliver to people in need. Val's always kind of been around. And, you know, this weekend she was out at the hometown fair for the Rotary Rubber Ducky, and she's here today. And this one was cool, and I'm very happy. And working with Val over the years has been great. So it can't get any better than this one, and excited to take some pictures. And before we do that, just want to invite everybody to Elder Fest. We'll be holding it Saturday, May 25th at the Joslin Center from 11 to 1. We'll celebrate Val. We'll have all of her family down, and we will celebrate all of our older Americans that day. And no, this is cool. Let's get some pictures in.
I just, listen, I always like a Meg. I used to sing a lot. But I'm going to tell you something. 10 years ago, this spring, 10 years ago, I left my family here. And there's some issues that had come up with my daughter. And I went home to Atlanta and I said, I'm moving. Why am I so far away from my entire family? And 6 months, I got my house ready. Used 1-800-GOT-JUNK, cleared it out, and then my oldest grandson, who drove me across the country. We were in a U-Haul and dragging a dog and 2 cats and a car behind it. And I tell you, I never regret this decision. I had naysayers that said, why are you moving there? You won't be happy. I'm as happy as a clam. And I've never had such a great opportunity to give back. And in my 70s now, giving back to the community feels so good. It just feels great, and I love it. I just love it. I love this town, and I'm so happy I'm with my family. All 5 grandchildren, Drew, Lee, and my daughter and her husband. So thank you. Really an honor. It shook me. It threw me off because I just didn't expect this at all. Thank you. Thank you.
You guys don't want to come up? Sorry. No noise. All right, guys. We got everybody smiling face. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, and a couple more. And one more. Thank you so much. I lied. One more.
Okay.
Just with your mom? Yeah. Great. Very good. Beautiful. Here we go. 1, 2, and a couple more. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much. All right. One quick order of business. We're going to move up the Arts and Culture Committee item, which is item 19, will be right after consent to respect people's time. So we'll move that one up. First order of business, procedural motions. Read all ordinances and resolutions on the agenda by title only. Do we have a motion to do so?
First, so moved.
Thank you. Second. All right, that was Drew on second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 5-0. Any polls on consent?
I'd like to pull 7, 8, and 9, please.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any other polls? Okay, do we have a motion to approve 3, 4, 5, 6, and 10?
So moved.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Pimentel, second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, Mayor Pro Tem, item 7.
Item 7 is a second reading and adoption of an ordinance amending the El Segundo South Campus specific plan for vesting tentative track map number 83236. I have a recommended verbiage change on the parking. Right now, as it stands, the amendment says the parking must be located within 150 feet of the lot that it serves. My recommendation is that we stipulate that that be adjacent to the lot that it serves.
Oh, so there's no stipulation right now as to the proximity? Is that what you're saying?
Well, that's right, the usage could move that parking lot 150 feet away, and that could change the future disposition of that lot.
Okay. Any comments? Is that pretty easy, city attorney, to amend?
Yes, that will mean that this will be the first read, and it'll, because there's an amendment being made, and then it'll come back again at the next meeting for a second read.
So that would require you reading it again, and then someone introducing it?
Introducing it,
Okay.
and then bring it back at the next meeting.
Okay, I think we have consensus on that. Would you please do so?
An ordinance amending the El Segundo South Campus Specific Plan to modify permitted uses, setback requirements, and development standards regarding parking and loading for Phase 1 in the El Segundo Specific Plan area.
All right, who'd like to introduce?
I will.
Thank you.
So this will be brought back, I'm sorry.
It's just one. Thank
Yeah,
you.
so this will be brought back at the next meeting for possible adoption.
Awesome. All right, thank you. Good call. Mayor Pro Tem. Item
Item
8.
number 8, agreement termination for Park Place roadway extension and grade separation project. I thought it was important to pull this because sometimes I think we get the sense that government, big and small, turns into a bill, rule, and project machine. And I think this represents some of the good governance that we try to lead in the region, where this is a $12 million, $6 million from us, $6 million in matching funds, engineering project that we're not sure is any longer fit for purpose. So the idea that we can walk away from something and not throw good money after bad, I think speaks well of the staff, speaks well of Elias and his continued work on this. And this is us working with very big entities like Metro and the federal government on the way the money comes through. And I just didn't want to see it go on the consent agenda. Elias, thank you for working with me on it. So with that, I'll move approval on number 8, please.
Yeah, and this has been in the works for over a decade, if I remember correctly. So, yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. So, we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
First, second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then item 9, I promise not to harp on this and belabor it, but this is the agreement with Sharp Business Systems to provide for copier equipment, supplies, maintenance, and support. I would like to amend this by removing one printer, which I think we have agreement with. One of the printers on here was for the jail, and as we contract our jail services out to Hawthorne, we can less one of those out. Each one of the copiers and printers on this is a $3,200 a year lease. So this is not a trivial investment in our ability to duplicate the efforts of Kinko's. So I won't hold up the aspect on this, but I do think that we, as a city, should continually look to consolidate the printing. I think there's a lot of these things that just exist in convenience, and at $3,200 per printer per year, that's a lot of printer. $3,200 buys a lot of HP desktop printers.
Totally concur. And
so-
you want to move approval?
Yes, I don't want to, I know we need to do this, we've got places that need to print things, but I hope that as we move forward in this 4-year contract, by about year 2 of this, we have a plan to move out of the 24 printer units in the building.
And because this is the second time that we've stated a similar opinion, because the last time we renewed the lease, you weren't here yet, this is nothing on you, but it was your predecessor, we had the same request, which is can we adopt some new technology so that we can get out of this obsolete technology with the high burden. So maybe in a year or so, we could get a staff report.
We absolutely will. I've been in conversation with Mayor Pro Tem, and yes, the jail desktop printing should be deleted from the list, and we will come back.
So do you want to bring it back altogether, or do you want us to approve
No,
it
if you
with
could
that
approve-
note?
We can just
Approve it.
strike that, we can
Okay.
strike that
Yes.
item, and then I will send a calendar invite to have a mid-year check next year.
Yes.
All right,
That'd be
excellent.
great.
So everyone up here understands? We have
Yeah.
okay.
All right, I'll move approval,
Okay, do you have a second?
less one printer.
Baldino seconds.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 5-0. All right, we're done with consent.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, please.
I don't think we did public communications at the beginning.
Man, good catch. We have a lot of people in the audience. That's what the city
The clerk, who's the clerk? What's going on? Champagne at the clerk desk?
Just kidding. That was me. All right, now is the time and place for public communications. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone that would like to address the dais?
First, Brenda Clary,
How many do we have, Madam Clerk?
4.
Okay, so we'll do 3 minutes each, please.
Yes, 4.
Hi, good evening. And I wasn't prepared to speak tonight, but about an hour ago, I was made aware of one of the items on the agenda is e-bikes. So as a concerned resident of the city, I probably am not going to share anything you all haven't already heard, but the pack of young children, I guess most of them I would say are middle school age, that are flying around on the streets without any consideration to drivers, to cars, to even pedestrians, is just really getting to the point where it's unsafe. I won't be the first to tell you that many, many times, especially along Pine and Center, you'll see a pack of them on their bikes, tailing you on your cars, getting in front of you, popping wheelies without any regards, not stopping for stop signs, and at times flipping you off if you're not getting out of their way. The other thing that's very, very disappointing is the lack of respect or safety for those in the rec park. So I've been over there many, many times, seen them come flying over the hills, doing wheelies in them. There are children in the park, there are animals in the park, there are also soccer and other teams out there playing. And what's really, really disappointing is many of them are young boys on the baseball teams. And there I see coaches and parents alike out there with these children, watching their players doing wheelies in the rec park, not saying one word. So I understand, I don't know what's going to happen. I think we're going to have a presentation on it. But the discipline, the safety, and the education on what the purpose of e-bikes should be needs to go beyond just the children. We need to start educating those players. They're, especially since many of them are in the Little League Park, we need to educate the team coaches, the parents, and while I'd like to see something happen to the children that are not paying attention to safety rules and those in consideration for everybody, maybe we need to consider, and this sounds very, very strict, but maybe the parents need to have some consequences for their children who are not abiding by the laws. That's what I'd like to say.
Thank you for your comments. Yeah, we will be addressing that if you'd like to stick around. Thank you.
Ryan Cunningham.
All right. So there was a recent parking permit change around Zone 3. I think it's a great idea, but there was some parking spots along Illinois and Indiana that all changed to 2-hour parking only. And so that's going to take away 90% of the available parking. Maybe that's too high. More than 50% of available parking is going to be gone because of those changes. So I get they're near a public area, but is there anything like you could do 2-hour parking and a permit, or you can park overnight or something to mitigate the issue? Right.
Yeah, we will, after public comments are done, which doesn't sound like it'll take long, we'll address this one because we've gotten a lot of correspondence on the pilot program that we're in right now, which is exactly what it is, a pilot program. So stick around for a few, if you wouldn't mind, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tracy Williams.
Hi, I'm Tracy Williams, and I reside 420 Illinois Street, and I wanted to thank you for the permit parking, and a little bit to piggyback on the gentleman before me. I heard the parking permit will be in effect May 15th. I don't know if that's true, but I saw the postings of the sign, and my concern is on the west side of the street, the parking side, the west side of the street, there's parking is 2 hours, and it's for 24 hours. So that's the park side. And then on the east side of the street, residential parking permit, it's only for the residential parking permit. And I'm very happy about that. But my concern is I live in a highly concentrated apartment area, and I live in an apartment too. And I think we're assigned up to 3 cars and 2 guests. And I only own 1 car, so I only need 1 car, and I'm very happy about the 2 guest parking. But with that said, my concern is because the park side is limited to 2 hours, and then on the side of the street that I live on, I feel like there's going to be competition again with limited parking. And one of my suggestions is if the residents could park on the park side of the street parking, as long as you have a permit and not limited to 2 hours. Because I know people want to enjoy the park and drive there, but for the residents, it's going to be the same situation. We're going to be looking for parking if it's only one side. So I don't know how this works, but if you could put it on the agenda or take in consideration what I just said. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Same thing, if you want to stick around and hear what the city manager says about this pilot program.
Sure.
Be in a few minutes. Yeah, thank you.
Eric Pedersen from Tapizon. Hi, guys. I saw you yesterday. Usually those kind of meetings are kind of boring, but you kept me awake. And I'm just here to commend you all and your leadership. And when I hear about how you have needs and how you cover them, it's not all about raising taxes. There's a lot of exciting things, obviously, from my background. But I sat here and listened to you folks that run this city. And 5 years ago, 4 months, I put a shovel in the ground on Pine Avenue and Main Street, totally looking at a charming city and navigating through some pretty rough times and still economic times, and the city's having hard times too. You talked about the buildings across the street. I'm so excited, although it's been a real struggle for us. And budgets, lighting, all that stuff is coming to fruition. I want to commend you all because since I've been here coming to meetings, things are relaxing a little bit for small business. I think we have to keep working on Main Street coming up my way. There's a little left in the budget for lighting, I think. I heard $64,000 was spent. I still believe the cross lighting at our intersection is very important because people do run through that stop sign. It also, if you're down this way and you're looking uptown at night, it gives you reason to walk north. We need people walking north. I hope the city can find some more interesting commerce. I mean, I'm a big cheerleader for that. And at the Ed Foundation, first of all, I want to congratulate you because community service is everything and the family. And I'm just like, I love this town, but I'm not making it yet. And at the Ed Foundation, you'll see, come to our table because we're launching something. It's our catering business, but also a way to get into the corporate activity across the street. We don't do lunch because lunch is just not here after COVID. So Almir and I are navigating the best way we can, but we have complete faith with the strength of the city, and you helping us pay attention to Main Street a little bit more and getting the lighting finished down there would be great. And that's all I got to say. I'm just happy to be here tonight, and keep on leading the city, Mr. Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Pedersen. Incredible caipirinhas and food over there at Tapizon, by the way. Madam Clerk, any other?
I have Mona Eisman, but I'm not 100% sure that she's not here for public hearing. No, I know, for the public hearing. Are you here to talk about the downtown specific plan?
Oh, if you're here for the downtown
Downtown.
specific plan, that'll come later when we open up. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
Then
you.
yes, and that's all I have.
Okay. Mr. City Manager, would you like to address particularly the Illinois and Indiana pilot program?
Yes, and I also would like to ask our Public Works Director to join in on this. But yes, you are absolutely right, Mayor Boyles. We are in the midst of kicking off a pilot program, and during that time we will assess how things are working, what isn't working. We will gather comments from the residents in the surrounding area. And I know we'll be coming back to the council with a report at the end of this pilot program to let you know how, what the details are and what needs to be done, if anything else. Elias?
Sure, and thank you. One more thing I'd like to add. I've received, maybe not all, but some of the letters that you guys have received. And in response, I would like to simply say that the preferential parking permit process takes under consideration of accepting basically applications based on people who sign a petition for only the residential side of the streets. That's our municipal code. So if we were to not apply this rule to the residents who have applied for this preferential parking permit zone, then in effect, we have expanded the area to include the side of the street where the park is on Illinois, and on Indiana, the side where the businesses are. And that would be in contrary to our preferential parking permit process based on our municipal code. So that's why you guys made the right decision not to include those sides of the streets in, I'm sorry to say that, but that's the municipal code.
And we can't, it's not agendized, so we can't get into details on this, Mr. Hensley, right?
That's correct. If you want to have a discussion, we can put it on the next agenda.
I think given given all of the outreach that we've received, I understand the municipal code. We're also spent a lot of time at the strategic planning session just last week talking about the right solution for our constituents and being comfortable with the risk taking when it's appropriate. And I think this is a good example where we might want to take in more feedback or see if the council wants to and put it back on the agenda.
I would like to see the pilot program implemented, and then we can actually see what works and what doesn't work. If we keep putting it back on the agenda and keep making changes, we're never going to get any real world data about, maybe this doesn't work, maybe that works. So I think it's too soon. The signs just went up. We're getting emails. We can respond and say this is a pilot program. We have the right to make changes in the future, but I want to make changes based on data. And I think we should let the pilot program run for a bit before we start bringing it back to the agenda. That's my 2 cents.
And Mr. Hensley, remind me on the protocol here, Robert's Rule of Order. It's not on the agenda, but we could ask if there's a consensus to put it on the agenda next.
It only takes one of you to put it on the agenda, and you can't really have a lot of dialogue about it tonight. It's supposed to have brief comments, respond to the public, and,
Okay, so this can happen between now and the next meeting as well. It doesn't need to happen right on the dais. So if there's an appetite for somebody, the council member, to put it on the agenda, they can do so. Anything else to add on that?
Yes, sir. One question had to do with the timing, and the gentleman is correct. The pilot program was initiated May 1st, but I believe our police department has given a couple of weeks of grace period, so they're not going to start enforcing till middle of May. Just wanted to clarify.
Councilman Giroux.
I know we can't talk. I see the look, Mark. Don't worry about it. Only thing I want to say is to be careful about agendizing something, because we're also now starting to get a huge batch of emails from the businesses that are now affected by this, that just woke up and realized they have no place for their people to park. So there's always multiple sides to these decisions that we make, and I do believe that we should implement what we got, see what we got, and go from there.
And then, have we notified the residents when we're going to start actually issuing tickets? Like, are we doing warning signs as of this date? I'm seeing a yes back there. So.
Yeah, I believe our police department has done that, but publicly, if there's any question, there will not be any citation earlier than mid-May.
Okay. Thank you.
Remind me, and Mark, tell me if this gets too much in the weeds here, but how are we measuring success during the pilot? Are we doing car counts or anything like that, or are we just waiting on customer or constituent feedback?
All of the above. We listen to our residents, we listen to the businesses, we listen to the other constituencies that want to park next to the park. And in all fairness, I had a few of those phone calls and appreciations that now they can find a place to park. We probably gonna do a survey to figure all this out in a year from now, and we'll be listening very carefully. We will also have our police department engaged to look at the number of citations they've written. How is the parking situation? We look at all of that.
Just to clarify one point, a year from now, that's the end of the
That's
pilot?
correct.
So no evaluation checkpoint between now and a year?
Some of it is ongoing, like citations. We keep track of that for the whole year. The input, we receive that throughout the year. But the year from now is going to conclusively hope that would include conclusively all the input we have received, including the citations. And maybe toward the end, we may do a survey to get a feeling from the neighborhood. I'm just thinking loud here. I'm not committing to that, but I'm just thinking loud here.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Just so we can move on, I think a year seems like an awfully long time. If we could do like a 90-day or 180-day checkpoint, how are we doing? What's the data from police,
we certainly could do
constituents, car count, sample size, different times a day, something?
If it is a pleasure of the city council, we could shorten the length from 1 year to less.
6 months.
Maybe
Mr. Mayor, I suspect someone can put something on the agenda for the 120-day mark or something that will square this circle.
6 months.
Yeah, all right, city manager, you have an idea you want to move
I was going
forward?
to say, we could, I'll talk with the Public Works Director, but we can certainly come back. I think 6 months would be a good trial time to assess the situation. So we'll plan on coming back in 6 months if it doesn't end up on the agenda sooner.
Got it. Okay, anything further? Great, thank you very much,
Yes.
Mr. Sassoon.
I just want to say out to the residents, please keep us informed. You know, we need to hear your voices, and as we start this pilot, it's important that you continue to keep us informed. That information is very valuable.
Thank you. All right, next. Yeah, direct them all to Carol. And she'll keep us all apprised. She'll do the Reader's Digest. Just kidding. We do read all the emails, and we actually take pride in replying to emails too. So, small city, we can do that. Small but mighty, most important 5 square miles economically. That was for you, Jeff, League of Cities. I know you want to hear that. All right, item 19, Arts and Culture Advisory Committee and Cultural Development Fund fiscal year 2024-2025 initiatives. This is the item we moved up to respect people's time. So who will present on this matter?
Yes, our Recreation Parks and Library Director will jumpstart this item. I believe, Ally, you'll kick this off.
Yes, good evening, Honorable Mayor Boyles, Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel, and members of the City Council. Tonight, the council will hear a review of the fiscal year 2023-2024 initiatives of the Arts and Culture Committee, and also have an opportunity to discuss proposed initiatives for fiscal year 2024-2025. Chair of the ACC, John Pickhaver, will begin the presentation, followed by Randy Neeson, the city's new cultural arts coordinator, who will give a look at what's ahead. For historical context, the ACC acts as an advisory committee to the City Council on matters pertaining to the city's cultural development program, which includes various public art installments as well as arts and culture programming. The CDP is funded through a 1% fee that is imposed on new development within the city with a valuation of $2 million or more. Developers have an option to place public art on site or to contribute into the Cultural Development Fund, which is managed by city staff and used to fund public art pieces and cultural arts programming. Tonight's presentation and related budget proposal was created with the guidance and feedback of the ACC and will provide a high-level look at what has been completed in the last year and what is planned for the year ahead. The detailed line item budget is available in the staff report, which can also be found on the city's website. It is important to note that staff received additional feedback yesterday from the City Council on the CDP and the ACC at the budget study session held here in the council chamber, but due to time constraints was not able to consider any changes to tonight's presentation. With that said, staff are always open to council discussion on all initiatives proposed and are willing to adjust as needed based on council priorities. So I will now turn the presentation over to Chair Pickhaver.
Thank you, Director Mancini. All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Boyles, Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel, City Council, and City staff.
Good evening. Hey, what was your time, John, in the 5K? Were you in first place again?
I was second place for the second year in a row, and each time the fastest time had been run. So it's just,
Congratulations.
I broke the record each of those years, but unfortunately the new record was set seconds before.
At least your significant
crossed the
other
finish
didn't beat you.
He's from Mid-City, so people are coming from out of town, which is a good thing, I think.
No, but he didn't beat you in the race, did he?
Oh, I thought you meant
That's what I'm saying. No, my significant other beat me in that same
Oh,
race
yes.
that you were in.
Yeah,
so-
he didn't even run, so
Okay.
that's on him. But I'm looking forward to this presentation tonight, and thank you again for moving us up. I've never used this before, so let's see. Okay. So we start off with the revenue of the CDF fund. With the Joy Around the World, also the Festival of Holidays, we had a bunch of vendors there, brought in some money that way. Developer and lieu fee payments totaled $75,000. That's when the developer chooses not to put art on site, but pay directly into the fund. Presently, they have the option to, like I said, put art on site or into the fund. As we think about trying to be more sustainable with our funds, perhaps we revisit the ordinance and there's a solution where they could split the cost if they don't have, a huge art project in mind, but something more minor, they can put that on their campus and still contribute to the fund. Next, we have some accomplishments of public art on site. One of the exciting projects that's ongoing right now is at Embassy Suites. This is not a new hotel, but every time a commercial business does a renovation, it still triggers the 1%. So they're undergoing a major renovation right now, and they're doing this beautiful mosaic, which may have an augmented reality component to it, which we're really excited about. And through this process, we've built a good rapport with Embassy Suites, and I think they're going to hold a kickoff event for the Art Walk this year, where we engage all the businesses, or invite all the businesses that have contributed to the fund over the years and kind of celebrate the work that the art that they brought to the city. And that's something that's in the works right now that we're pretty excited about. We've also seen a number of other projects. To date, there have been 16 this year. I think this next slide includes a lot of art on site on L'Oreal's campus, a bunch of different sculptures. There was quite a few murals in Smoky Hollow of a couple different astronauts that look really cool. Some other things we accomplished besides getting art on site is our literary arts program, I think, was a really big success, most notably the Poet Laureate program. I brought here Word Mongers, which was a book compiled by the poets that took part in Hope Anita Smith's poetry workshop. And I think this is really one of the best tangible examples of the work that the ACC does. I had the opportunity to attend this gathering where they unveiled this book and many of the poets read from it. You had poems about flowers, family recipes, and really moving poems where people really opened up about their lives. There was one poet who talked about not knowing her grandparents who had died in the Holocaust. Her father had escaped before and never talked about his parents. And this woman didn't know anything of her grandparents and kind of did her own research. And this poem was an opportunity for her to bring them back to life in a way. And I just think it's really nice that this committee was able to work with Hope and make that happen. And I'm not patting myself on the back here because the Poet Laureate program was put into place before I joined the committee, but I think it's just a really worthwhile program, worth continuing. Our community engagement fund. This is kind of a catch-all term for a bunch of different things. Last year, Black and Mayberry put on their second annual Juneteenth festival, but their first in Rec Park. And the committee donated funds to cover the artists that performed, which, they brought, I guess you can't really say brought the house down in the park, but whatever that equivalent is, they did, and that was a great event. We held concerts ahead of the Art Walk, the Halloween Frolic. We had an art project going on for that. And another thing, we were talking about Elderfest. We had cultural excursions for adults 55 and older to both the Getty Center and the Broad. And that's just a really great program that I hope we keep going as well. Some other things, the Festival of Holidays. I believe this was the third annual. It's been a little different each year. I think the first year it was a standalone event by itself. The second year it went a little bit bigger and was combined with the tree lighting. The third year, this past year, we scaled it back a little bit, did away with the light show, and I think it was struck the right balance. I don't think it took away from the tree lighting, but it really invited community members in to see, you know, other holidays and cultures that they might not otherwise experience. And we have many residents in town who were looking for that type of experience to see their own culture celebrated here. So I think that's another thing that really comes out of that cultural element of the ACC that we're really happy that the city has taken on and supported. We also had a couple projects from our visual artists and community that resulted in a few murals being installed in the library. And then we had another interactive project with artist Sue Kim, who met with residents in the community for a banner project. I believe the prompt was, I remember when, ... and I wish, ... And it was just a roundtable discussion of artists Sue Kim talking to members of the community just about memories they had, things that they want to see happen in El Segundo. You had some lighthearted memories, some more aspirational things that people want to see, and then she turned that into a banner project, and those banners, I think, were installed ahead of the art walk and lasted a couple weeks. They were on Grand Avenue. So that was a nice, again, tangible representation of the work we're doing. The other thing is the El Segundo Art Walk. That's run by El Segundo resident John McCullough, and we're happy to support that. As the ACC committee, we donate a significant amount of money to make that happen. And this year there was a great component where we partnered with Snap for, I mentioned augmented reality earlier with Embassy Suites, but they installed augmented reality to 4 existing murals in El Segundo, including the Fox mural right here on Main Street. And basically what that does is you take your phone, you put it in front of the mural, and the art kind of comes to life. And it's really fun. It's very unique for a city to have this. LACMA has this going, but no city is really on the ground floor like we are. And a lot of people see art for the art and romanticize it, but this was really an opportunity to see how art is economic friendly and can be a big business success for what we're trying to do here in these 5.5 square miles in El Segundo. Speaking of that augmented art map, you can see the stats on here. It had over 167,000 views, 473 shares, over 160,000 plays, and just a number of impressions from people all over the community and beyond. The Art Walk, it's a great community event, but it really brings a lot of people in too. And speaking about the economic impact, I forget if this was last year or the year before, but John McCullough, who's here, would know. Slice and Pint ran out of pizza dough, because so many people were pouring through town, walking the streets. So it's just a great event for the art, but also what it does for our city, and we're happy to partner with him year after year. And with that, I am going to turn it over to Randy Nielsen, the new Cultural Arts Coordinator. Randy comes from us from Calgary, where he served in a similar role and has since gotten his MFA at Claremont Graduate School as a Master of Fine Arts in Studio Arts and a Master of Fine Arts in Arts Management. So we're very happy to have him, and he's really coming up with a compelling plan just to make this committee as effective as we possibly can be. So with that, I will turn it over to him, and thank you for your time.
Hi, everybody. It's nice to see you all. I know I haven't met with you each individually yet, but I'm looking forward to connecting with you all, having more conversations about how we can provide stronger arts and culture services through the city of El Segundo. So I'm going to run through the proposed initiatives for the ACC for this upcoming fiscal year. I wanted to start with a quick snapshot of the finances. So the fiscal impact of our proposed initiatives for the fiscal year of 2024-2025 is $314,000. That's inclusive of staff salaries, operating funds, and then what would it cost to implement all of the programs and initiatives proposed today. Our expected fund balance after running through and implementing the proposed initiatives for next year will be $465,296. And currently we have 4 active development permits in the queue. So there's a potential for a total revenue of $383,113. Of course, we don't know yet if they're going to be doing art on site or paying the fee in lieu, but it's just a kind of idea of what could be coming in. And we're also only partway through the year, so there could be additional funds coming later on. So for this upcoming year, ACC is going to be contributing $40,000 to capital improvement projects. This includes the downtown beautification project, which will be an artistic lighting installation in downtown Main Street. And so we have just a quick snapshot of what our proposed initiatives are for the upcoming year. There are 5 initiatives that are renewals that were approved for this fiscal year, and that includes the operating fund, the Festival of Holidays, the Community Engagement Fund, the El Segundo Art Walk, and the Literary Arts Fund. In addition, that will have salary support for the Cultural Arts Coordinator, and a new initiative which I'm really excited to share with you, which is the Arts and Culture Master Plan. So I'll go through each of these in a little bit more detail, but I wanted to spend a bit more time on this one because I think it's really an important piece moving forward for this program. I've spent a little bit of time, well, quite a bit of time actually, connecting with city staff, meeting with ACC representatives, and also watching previous council presentations of arts and culture. And it's become pretty clear to me that there's a lot of different opinions about what this program should be doing and how it should be run. And so I think what's a really good strategy is to actually use a lot of time this year to plan for the future. So the Arts and Culture Master Plan is going to provide a vision and strategy on how we can achieve long-term priorities and goals for the program. It'll be informed by research, expertise, and community engagement, and this will be an essential plan that will guide the city's decision-making and approach to providing arts and cultural services. We're asking for $30,000 to implement this plan, or to develop this plan, and looking at a timeline of about a year. So my intention is that we would be coming back to you this time next year with the complete plan and a work plan to implement going forward. And of course, there'll be certain checkpoints throughout the year to get feedback and share what we've developed. Our approach for this is to create a plan that is relevant and responsive to the needs of El Segundo and scale to the resources available to the Cultural Development Program. We want to gather information and understand through extensive community engagement with artists, residents, and the businesses. We'll form a working group that has key stakeholders, including ACC representatives, cross-department city staff, council members, and other subject matter experts. We want to align this document with the City of El Segundo's strategic plan, and for it to be responsive to the Cultural Development Program Ordinance, the administrative guidelines, and the City of El Segundo's Creative Economy Report. We'll analyze current practices and trends within the arts sector and culture, arts and culture sector, and adopt a model of best practices. The outcome of this plan will provide clarity on the role of the program of the Cultural Arts Program and create more structure of the administration of the program. It's really important that this will create a framework for which the city can develop impactful arts and culture programming, enhance our public art process for both developers and city-managed commissions, build a quality public art program, foster more community engagement and collaborative relationships with businesses, and identify a strategy towards greater financial stability, and overall promote the growth of the creative economy in El Segundo. So a lot of these you've seen before. We're asking for another $10,000 for the operating fund. This is to keep basic needs of the program in check and also to support the maintenance of the collection. After positive feedback with the Festival of Holidays, we would also like to see that happen again, so requesting $25,000 to support the celebration of 5 curated winter holidays through performance, crafts, and food. We would like to continue the Community Engagement Fund. This really is a way for us to be responsive to the needs of the community. We have certain programs already kind of outlined through Songwriters in the Round with the library, summer concerts, and also supporting community initiatives such as Black and Mayberry's Juneteenth celebration. And of course, the Art Walk is coming back again 2024 in August, and we've been working closely with them on proposals on how that will move forward. They requested $44,000 to implement this year's event, and then an additional $12,000 to expand on the augmented reality El Segundo art map. This will support 2 additional public art pieces being included in the installation. So the total ask of $56,000. Our budget also includes support for the staff salary. I think as we've seen that over the past year with this role being vacant for almost a year, that this is really a critical piece in moving this program forward. We have to remember that arts and culture is a division of the city, and it's a service provided to residents, and the ACC is an advisory group to that. So with that being said, I've really been spending a lot of time since I've started in this role, just cleaning up a lot of the things that have fallen through the cracks over the last year. That includes getting our maintenance covenants and agreements with developers in place, and ensuring that the public art maintenance schedule is being followed. And finally, we have the Literary Arts Fund. So following the success of our Poet Laureate program, we would like to see that continue and have a new Poet Laureate in place for the next 2 years. So we're requesting $13,000 to implement that. We currently have a call to artists out for people to apply, and we're hoping to start that in September. So that concludes our proposal for the upcoming year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very comprehensive. Stick around if you would, please. I'm sure we'll have some questions or comments. I'll turn it over to my colleagues. What we're looking for here is direction on the recommendations.
So a point that John raised, is it either you put art at your own property for the total amount of whatever the percentage is, or you pay in the fund, you can't split that up?
Correct. The way that the municipal code is written right now, it's one or the other, or the way the program guidelines are written, it's one or the other. We have had some internal discussion about potentially making a change to that, and that would be something we would consider when we're, engaging in this master plan, is looking at the program guidelines and what's working and what's not working, and what's going to benefit the developers as well as the city.
Because that would give them more flexibility of, I want to put a mural up, it's not going to cost me $300,000, $400,000, and then those extra funds could go into other
Correct.
programming. All right, I think that's a pretty good idea, actually.
Yeah, and I think that's great because, when we instituted the program, we put it out there, but we haven't actually modified it to adjust to practicality. So I think it's a good point to bring it forward. Would you just bring it back as an agenda item to change that?
Yes, we would have to do that.
Okay, so I think it's a wise decision to bring it back, just to also just look at the program itself, because we haven't looked at it cohesively
Right.
since now it's been implemented for a few years, and I think it's probably a good decision. I do want to commend you guys on continuing with the literature component of the programming, because I know that's, with the change of the dynamic of a library, less books, and I just think it's important that we continue to put literature and poetry, especially with our youth. I'd love to see, with the library, we talked about programming with the library,
Right.
Talking about in conjunction with the Arts and Culture Committee, developing some type of programming for the youth that want them to engage in books, like the book clubs. You know, I know a lot of moms are in book clubs. If we could somehow develop something that brings the youth in and somehow bring, you know, authors in to help the youth continue to engage in art, I think that would be amazing. I also want to, we were talking about businesses. You know, I always looking for opportunities to get more money. And I know that L'Oreal, who's a business there in town, they just became WELL certified, WELL Platinum WELL, like LEED and WELL Platinum level. And WELL means they have a healthy lifestyle, like within their business, and they bring a lot of just wellness to their employees. And art, to me, brings a component of wellness. You know, it's soothing. And so I wonder if there's an opportunity for us to talk to businesses to say, hey, let us help you be part of that wellness, because they're always looking for opportunities to do it, outsourcing it through the city. I wonder if there's some way for us to adopt some type of programming, or, I don't know, look for opportunities for getting some additional revenue to help us develop some programming that could encompass businesses as well.
Sure.
And then one of the other things that they had mentioned at L'Oreal is they're open to doing partnerships with other businesses to bring them to their site, to their campus, you know. And so maybe we do something with the businesses, say, let's do a art tour of business to business of all the different art components that's in town. You know, we have so many different types of business, especially, and now we have all these new art installations. It would be kind of nice to have businesses or residents come do view of this art, and that we can recognize it. That's just thoughts of mine.
So just to respond to that comment, we actually are going to do a public art tour as part of the Art Walk this year.
Okay.
We've discussed that, working with Swoop and seeing if we can do some sort of shuttle tour for the residents to go out and see where all of the art is, because I agree there's a lot of folks that don't know where the art is and haven't seen it.
Yeah, and one of the things I've always said is the businesses, when they give the money to the city of El Segundo in lieu of art installation on their site, they're entrusting us to do something that brings, you know, it's their money and they're, you know, at our request. But I just want to make sure we're also recognizing those businesses. Right. So when we talk about funding the Art Walk, you know, we can say, hey, thanks to such and such company for helping us with this, you know, putting X amount of money into the art fund. We need to give these businesses recognition for their commitment to art, and I just want to make sure we do that.
Yeah, thank you for that. We actually have been thinking about that a lot, and part of the celebration for kicking off the Art Walk is we're planning to do an opening reception to invite all of the developers who have participated to date and thank them for their contributions.
Yeah, and also do something in the newspaper or do some type of annually saying thank you to these companies, you know, in the Herald, who have given us art initiatives in our town, and you know, we just need to, you know, make them feel better that they're actually having to give us this money.
Yeah, I agree, and I think one thing that I would like to see happen as a regular practice is doing an annual report for the program and listing those contributions.
Yeah. And just publicly thank them.
I like that idea, and not just the ones that contributed funds, but the ones that actually put up art,
right,
too. Yeah, okay, thank you. Any other comments? Yeah, Councilmember Drew.
Can you go back to the master plan slide? So if we're looking at the fundamental challenge that you have right now is that you've inherited, is that this fund is solely dependent on businesses being willing to buy into it.
Yeah.
And I think the first thing that we're going to have to deal with is we need to find a way to get you and your team in front of the decision makers before that decision's actually being made. And I think that's where we're falling short.
Yeah, I agree.
Because if you are able to present your vision for what it's going to be, then they have, okay, I can either put this art installation in here that my employees will see every single day, it's tangible, and it'll live here forever, so I can see where my money is spent, or I can give it into this fund and I have no idea where it's going or what it's being used for.
Yeah.
So I think this is all great, love it, honestly though, if we can't fix that first fundamental piece, then it brings into question how sustainable the commission is, or the committee is. So that would be, to me anyway, from a business perspective, this is what we got to get to first. So how do we do that? How do we marry that up? Is that through Michael Allen's office? Whatever it is, but that to me is your number one challenge.
Yeah, and I have spent quite a bit of time on my first few weeks meeting with the community development team. I've been doing tours through Sleepy Hollow and trying to get a better sense of like how the process has been for working with these developers. And I definitely agree that there's a lot of room to have engagement at the front end and really make them feel like this is a good thing that they're participating in and see a vision for what it can be. So completely echo that comment.
And that goes back to my recognition component.
Yeah.
If we were to publicly recognize them in multiple places, we can then have something tangible, like a pamphlet printed to say, hey, thank you for being part of, you have this art component fee. If you want to do X, you can do this. Or here's some examples how we recognize these business partners in our town for helping us participate, and this is what that fund has produced. So we have to educate people on how the money is being used, and thanking the people that are funding these programs.
And one thing we could also look at is, if developers choose to pay the fee in lieu, we could, continue the relationship and tell them like what we're planning to do with it, and maybe it's like a sponsored kind of like title for the program or something like that. Or if we were to commission a public artwork in a city park, it could say like, thank you for the donation from so-and-so company on behalf of, the city of El Segundo. So I think there's a lot of room for like ways that we can incorporate that acknowledgement.
And that goes back to my last point, which was, I know we talked about art in the plunge and the rec park installations. I just want to make sure the budget reflects those two components, because we talked about you doing some type of mosaic wall in the plunge, and then some type of art features, either it's like bike racks or whatever that are not some, something that's usable but artistic.
Yes, so we have plans to put that in the budget the year that we believe that it's going to be ready for us to do that.
You mean we're not doing it next year?
So
you know
yes,
what you mean, the
that's-
timelines,
yes,
the plunge?
they've already had discussions about both the plunge and the rec park renovation. So there's public art plan for both that would be funded through the CDP.
Can I ask what the $30,000 cost is for developing a master plan? Because it sounds like we're meeting with departments in El Segundo, folks in El Segundo stakeholders. Are we hiring a consultant to do this for us?
Yeah, we kind of recognize a need for additional expertise. Obviously as staff, I bring some of that, but there's also an issue of capacity. So in addition to implementing all of the programs that we have, I will need some support to do the research and engagement to get this plan done. I also think that within a document that's this important, to kind of have a single perspective of expertise is like not the best approach forward. So we really want to kind of diversify the perspectives in the crafting of this. This money comes from cutting programs that were in our budget last year. True. Yeah. So we also accommodated for this by cutting back other programs. You'll see that the Artists Working in Community program is not being continued this year. And we actually worked out a little bit of a deal with one of our developers so that, because originally the Art Walk had proposed 3 augmented reality projects for $18,000. And one of the developments in their project, they had components of their proposal that weren't compliant with the ordinance. So we asked if they would be willing to do one of the augmented reality pieces as part of their 1% for Art project, which they agreed to. So we found savings there as well.
I mean, if I can piggyback on that, this reads largely like the proposal to stand up the Arts and Culture Committee. This is part of the idealized work plan of what the Arts and Culture Committee is supposed to do, as opposed to hiring someone to bring it aboard to do it. I mean, this is, the reason it's so big is to incorporate expertise, and I'm no longer the liaison. When I was, it was reasonably ruthlessly run with a series of subcommittees who went out and talked to department heads and talked to elected officials and talked to artists and things, and came through with, here's how I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. So I would, I think I'm aligned with Councilmember Baldino a bit, that the $30,000 of external costs, albeit you found the money internally, is something that is sort of organic to what the committee's charter is to do.
No, I agree, and my concern is that the running of the committee is eroding the funds we have to do art, right? And so I think instead of talking about this after we've already done our budget session, we need to talk to you guys earlier as an overall budget so that we can determine, you know, what is the best use of these funds that we're telling developers are going to be used to create art and do artistic programs. And I don't want to see that eaten up because of administrative or, you know, costs that aren't directly related to art, if that makes sense. I mean, I have concern, I said it during the budget, and I'll say it again now, that if we only have $400,000 and a third of that's going to salaries, pretty soon we're not going to have any money left for art. So I think there's fundamentally something there with this program that it's going to disappear before our eyes if we don't have a goal or a way to run it with it kind of being self-sustaining.
And I think if I can just make a comment on that, I appreciate that the Arts Committee is, you know, these are great individuals. They've all got a lot of experience, but I think we're really looking for a really solid business plan moving forward. These are all volunteers. We've had vacancies, people are coming and going. So again, they're a great group of folks, but I think, in my opinion, this is something that we really need to bring someone in that's committed, that has the time, has the experience in doing this, and have the Arts Board be a part of that. But I think, you know, relying on them to do that on their own, I think is a big ask.
To that point, though, you're talking 12 months from now, right? 12 months from now, you might not have a budget. Depending on who sells in. I'm saying it's going to take you 12 months for a master plan, basically, right?
Right, so at the end of this fiscal year, if we implement all of the initiatives, including the master plan, there will be a fund balance of $465,000 for sure, with an additional potential $383,000. So at the end of this year, we could have between $450,000 and $800,000.
But in the end, when I mentioned a little bit earlier, isn't that what your plan is? I mean, take all the bullet points away. In the end, you have to create revenue in order to do the things you're already doing. You already know how to put on the events, and you know how to get the artists. You know how to do all that stuff already. The problem it seems that we're having is, how do we get the businesses to buy into us instead of doing their own thing? It's a sales presentation. I'm sorry. I mean, basically, in the end, the arts has always been funded by patrons, right? The patrons are on the east side of town, and that's who we have to get to. So I don't understand why we would need $30,000 to make a sales presentation or get out and to be able to get in front of people that are making the decisions at the right time. We have staff that knows that, right? I mean, Michael's area, I'm assuming, knows when these decisions can be made based on when what the process is for development. So I guess I don't have an issue with the rest of the entire presentation, but I agree. I think we got a problem here, because now you're talking, you know, $140,000 being put into between staffing and a business plan. And that's the part I think I'm struggling with here, is that you know what you got to do. I don't think it's a matter of necessarily the committee putting it together. You know what you need. You need to get face time with the decision makers. Am I missing something? I mean, if I'm off base, please.
Well, no, I think we have consensus. We have at least 3 votes up here to strike the $30,000 consulting fees and do that internally, is what the consensus is up here.
Speak to that as, you know, the committee, this is something that we thought a lot about, and this is not unique to cities to do something like this when, you know, trying to expand their arts and culture committee or whatever the equivalent is. And this is actually significantly cheaper than what a lot of those master plans would cost at other cities. And it's unfortunate that we might be getting hung up on a one-time cost of $30,000 that is really going to make a master plan that we believe will make this committee sustainable and will address all of the concerns that we have. Getting in front of the businesses, I agree, it's a sales pitch, but that's just one component of this. Once we get that money, once we, you know, get that buy-in, how do we operate as efficiently as we can And that's a lot of what this master plan addresses. And just to do that for a one-time cost of $30,000, which we made some tough decisions to make that money available, I think is worth seeing, because we're talking about an extra $30K where we can reevaluate next year. We can have these harder conversations, but I think we should give it a shot and see where it gets us.
I think what I heard up here is that we already have someone that came from a bigger city that knows what he's doing and can develop these programs. Did I get that wrong on the dais? We don't want to spend the money on the consulting fees is what I'm hearing. And there's 3 votes.
I guess, I'm looking for and I understand, John, I understand what you feel is the justification, but it's almost like, okay, we're saying, okay, once we get the money, okay, we need to figure out a way to manage it, although we've had this in place for 4 or 5 years, right? So, I mean, you've been managing it. Now, there's definitely efficiencies to be had in that, I understand. My problem is that step number 1 is if you don't secure your revenue stream, the rest of this isn't going to matter. And right now, we're seeing that there's been a lot more decisions to be, for these businesses to have their own installations. So I think one of the ideas of being able to kind of split the baby a little bit and say, hey, maybe you can do your own installation, buy in, I think that's going to be a big help as well. That'll at least be another sales pitch. If you had a consistent set revenue stream, I wouldn't mind $30,000 at all. It wouldn't make a difference. My problem is that each year it just fluctuates.
Right. Do you see this 30,000 as a potential investment to figure out other revenue sources that we may not be considering right now? Because yes, we did bring in an expert from another city, but that city also had a master plan that had outside expertise inputting it.
What was the budget for that city for this?
I would have to turn that over to you, depending on which city we're talking about, but.
I'm saying, is it apples to apples? It's the same situation where it's not set. It dramatically fluctuates based on how much development's going on.
Oh, sorry, I thought you meant the budget for the master plan itself.
No, I mean the budget of the city itself for arts and culture. That's what I'm saying. Is it apples to apples? That's all.
Right.
So, from a compromise standpoint, do we want to say, develop a sales pitch? Because that's definitely something you need. You need to come up with some type of comprehensive plan on how you're going to recognize art, right? That was going to be a component of this master plan. So maybe do the first component, which is how do we, A, recognize people, B, sell the businesses, as well as, create a policy and how we get in front of them beforehand. Like the protocols and what's the partnership with, with the Community Development Committee and the Arts and Culture Committee, like what is that process, those protocols? So maybe it's that component of it, and then as you have that done, solidified, where you can go out and solicit additional funds, maybe then you have the time to build. Because I think the other component of the master plan is how you spend the money, and do you have protocols to say, when you should actually do art installation rather than events, and how to create some type of protocols to say, 50% of your, I'm making this up, 50% of your funds have to go on art installation versus events, or some type of thresholds, and I think that's what you're trying to accomplish, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
In which, for me, I think we've been spending too much money on events. I'm more about long-term art. So, I mean, I'm not as opposed to the $30,000.
Are there any other program changes besides the $30,000? And I'll give you a little background, John, because you weren't in the meeting. I don't think you were either. But yesterday we spent 4 hours in a budget session, and we asked every department to go back and sharpen the pencil, because the revenue projection that we have in the 10-year forecast does not look very good. There's no money for capital improvement projects. So that same level of rigor and discretion and fiduciary responsibility should hold true when we're using corporate dollars as well. And so it's just asking staff to take on something that we could easily punt to a consultant, but do we have to do that? Can we not take on the first pass internally is what I heard on the dais.
So I think what we can do is we can do that. We can go back and talk more about what this looks like, and maybe come back at mid-year if we still feel that we've got at least kind of that initial plan, that sales pitch in place, and we'll have a better idea of where our revenues are, And then if at that time we still feel that this is something we need to do, then we could, if the council would be willing, bring it back for consideration at that point. I know, because I understand, I was in the meeting yesterday, and I explained that to the gentleman this morning, that, the budget's looking a little different than we had anticipated, so.
That being said, this money was not going to disappear from you. It's going to be in the Arts and Culture
Correct.
Fund. It's there.
Right.
But I do like the idea, maybe bring it back at mid-year. Let's see where we're at. Have we developed our presentation yet? Are we getting any traction yet? Okay, now we need the next step. I think that might be a happy medium, if you would.
I appreciate that.
Good news is no one's changed any of the programs you proposed. So great work on that.
Okay.
All right.
And maybe there's there's other opportunities to get revenue, when we do a big art installation, that you put a plaque up and that costs an additional $10,000. There's always opportunity. You just got to figure out what that opportunity is.
I think this is a fair compromise and something that we can work with.
Are we having trouble with quorum at those Arts and Culture Committee meetings?
No. Oh, with quorum?
That is something I wanted to address if possible.
I mean, is there a churn issue and composition issue?
It's not necessarily an issue of people not showing up. It's just there are a number of vacancies. So if one person doesn't show or two people are unable to make it, especially as we approach the summer months, we are not able to meet. So one thing I wanted to bring forward in the future for consideration is in our bylaws defining quorum as a majority of seated members. That way, if vacancies aren't being filled for whatever reason, we can still continue to function. So that's something we'd like to see happen.
We have a bunch of interviews coming up for several commissions and boards, and this is definitely one of them.
And how many members on your board? Is it 7, 9? Is that too many? Do you want to bring it down?
I think we actually have 11.
11, that's what I thought. I thought it was 11.
Yeah, so
I mean, I know we expanded it because there was a lot of interest and it was new, but if you guys feel internally amongst your committee that you feel it's too big, it's okay to come back and say, we would like to reevaluate
it's
that.
something we've discussed and.
We're gonna have to modify the bylaws regardless, which would have to come before council. So if that's the staff report you want to consider, we could include all of that. That'd be great.
Yeah,
At a
but we're
future
open
date.
to listening to that. I just don't want you to feel like, this strangling of 11 and you can't fill it and then you're.
Right, appreciate that. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, next item is I'm going to defer to Mayor Pro Tim Pimentel because I have a conflict of interest as a business owner with property and business interest downtown. So Mayor Pro Tem, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry, I have to recuse myself from this as well, as I have property on Main Street.
Oh, I'm waiting till the door is closed. There we go. Item 11, public hearing for the Downtown Specific Plan Update, Environmental Impact Report Certification, Downtown Outdoor Dining Guidelines, and Application Fee and Renewal Fee. There are 8 possible actions from this. The time and place is heretofore fixed for a public meeting. City Clerk, was proper notice of the hearing given in a timely manner?
Yes, it was.
Has any written communication been received regarding the public hearing?
Not recently, but yes, in the past.
Very well. The public hearing is now open. Mr. George, who will make this presentation?
Yes, our Community Development Director, Michael Allen, will start this presentation.
Director Allen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. Before you tonight is the first reading and introduction and first consideration of the, or first City Council's consideration of the Downtown Specific Plan Update. It's associated EIR, or Environmental Impact Report, as well as concurrently the downtown outdoor dining guidelines or program guidelines, its application fee and renewal fee. This is a relatively high-level conversation tonight. We've had several study sessions, including coming before council at least 2 or 3 times in the last couple of years. There are a lot of big topics to cover tonight, and Paul Samaras, our principal planner, is going to walk us through that I'll step in to touch on some of the outdoor dining components. Most of what you're going to see tonight should not be the first time you're seeing it, but the last time we were before you in September, there are a few decision points, and the council asked for some feedback or some additional information that Paul will cover for deliberation with the council during tonight's conversation or discussion before looking for potential action and first readings or introductions of the ordinance. And so with that, I'll hand it over to Paul. I'll be back up here as well to talk about the outdoor dining. But I really, I also, before I hand it off, just really want to thank Paul and the planning department. Eduardo's not here tonight, but this is a long time coming. When I first got hired, this was one of the first projects that we kicked off. The contract had already been awarded, but work had not started. And so through the pandemic, there's, I think, about a half a year worth of extended community outreach, because we really wanted to exhaust our efforts doing community outreach and provide as much opportunity for the public to participate. And so the last couple of years, we've really been, hankering down and cranking away at creating this rebuffed, renewed, new updated to the downtown specific plan. The consultant team, I don't think the consultant team's here tonight, but they too, deserve a lot of acknowledgement and recognition for the work that they've done. And so with that, I hand it over to Paul, and thank you, Paul.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and fellow council members. We have a lot of material to cover in our presentation, but we'll try to keep it as brief as possible. Just a little background to add to what Michael mentioned. We started this update process in late 2021 with several technical studies and research about the downtown and the city overall. Spent 2022 and a good part of 2023 conducting an extensive public outreach effort, which included multiple public meetings, study sessions with you and the Planning Commission. And all of this culminated with a drafting of the specific plan and the environmental impact report before you tonight. Our presentation will cover the basic contents of the specific plan and highlight major changes compared to the current plan. First off, on the contents, the plan contains 7 chapters, starting with the vision and concluding with the administration chapter that contains processes for approving permits and uses. Our presentation will primarily cover chapters 2 and 3, the private development standards and regulations and public improvements, as well as some of the input we received from you and the Planning Commission at our last few meetings. First major change is in the boundaries. The proposed specific plan will incorporate certain new properties along Grand Avenue and Standard Street, namely the Rite Aid site, the Chase Bank site, and the hardware store across the street at the corner. These properties today are in the commercial downtown or CRS zone. So if the specific plan is approved, the CRS zone will be eliminated from the zoning code and the zoning map of the city. These are the last remaining properties with that designation currently. These 3 properties will be incorporated into the new Grand Avenue district, which is 1 out of 4 districts in the new specific plan. That also includes the Civic Center district in the center, the Main Street district in the purple color, and the Richmond Street district in the dark blue. As a reminder, the current specific plan has 6 separate districts, so this new plan will be consolidating the zoning districts and regulations for the overall area. In the next few slides, we'll cover some of those development regulations for the new zoning districts. Generally speaking, the Grand Avenue district is geared more toward larger development projects, including residential and office uses. Main Street district is geared more towards commercial districts. Specifically, Main Street will restrict, and this is one of the major changes from the current plan, will restrict office uses to the upper levels or the rear parts of the ground level, to reserve the street frontage for more commercial uses. However, at the Planning Commission study session last year, the commission asked staff to create an exception process to allow offices on the ground level under certain circumstances. So the specific plan allows for an AUP application, an administrative use permit application, to allow offices on the ground level in Main Street for the purpose of just examining them on a case-by-case basis. Another big change in the...
Paul, can I ask, would that include medical offices or chiropractic offices, dentist offices? Or are you just talking about like, when you say no offices on the first floor?
Yeah, I believe it refers to the to both categories, but I can double check on that for you.
Okay. And so if I already had, let's say, a physical therapy office on Main Street, I would be legally non-conforming and I would not lose any property rights, right?
Correct.
But if I wanted to open a new physical therapy on Main Street.
Council member,
What?
we got to get through the public hearing.
Oh, you're right.
Comment.
Sorry. My apologies. I'm so excited to talk about the downtown plan.
Another major change in the permitted uses is that we're allowing multifamily residential in the downtown in this new specific plan, in all the commercial districts. Grand Avenue and Richmond Street actually permitted on the ground level as well. Moving on, one major change in the development standards in the area will be in density. The slide before you shows the current density for residential and the current density for commercial development. And the specific plan proposes to eliminate these traditional density limits in favor of a form-based approach where the development intensity is regulated or guided by the form of the building, meaning the development standards such as height and setbacks and stepbacks and so forth. And speaking of the height limit, this table on the screen summarizes the proposed height limits in the new districts. The current limit shown on the left is 30 feet at the front of the property, followed by a 25-foot step back, where the limit goes up to 45 feet. So the proposed limits for the Main Street district will be very similar, 30 feet, but with a smaller step back, and then going up to 45 feet. For the Richmond Street district, there would not be a step back, so the height limit would be 45 feet anywhere on the property. And in the new Grand Avenue district, the height limit is 60 feet. That was determined appropriate given the size of those properties as well to help facilitate new development in that part of the downtown. Now, at the study session last fall, you directed us, staff, to change the 60-foot height limit for the properties that front on Main Street and to provide for those properties to have the same height limit as the Main Street district. That way there's sort of a consistent scale of development along Main Street. So we've updated the specific plan language to reflect your direction. With regard to parking, just one quick point here at the beginning. The specific plan includes substantial reductions in the required parking for private property developments. The intent there being to incentivize new development and reuse of properties and making improvements to properties. This is consistent with our overall parking and mobility strategy for the downtown specific plan, which we will touch on in later slides in the presentation. These are some examples comparing the current parking rates in the downtown specific plan to the proposed rates. As you can see there, the difference is substantial, and I recall that at the study session last fall, you had asked staff to compare these proposed rates to other cities nearby. And we did follow up on that. We did look at other cities in the area, and we did find that these proposed rates are competitive to our neighboring cities. Now, in addition to the reduced parking rates, the parking in lieu fee is still there and continues to be an option for property owners. And the draft ordinance in your packet updates the parking in lieu fee areas to match the new boundaries for the downtown specific plan. And the resolution in your packet updates the payment procedures for the parking in lieu fee in the downtown to make it consistent with the Smoky Hollow in lieu fee area. And then one special note about outdoor dining parking rates. One of the primary goals of this downtown specific plan update effort was to incentivize outdoor dining and help improve the pedestrian experience and atmosphere. So these proposed rates show the priority we've placed on outdoor dining in downtown. Now, still on the topic of outdoor dining, Chapter 2 of the specific plan also includes detailed and strict guidelines for the design of outdoor dining areas. These cover several topics or areas, including materials, colors, sizes of the enclosures, meaning the fencing and other enclosing materials, tables, chairs, and other furniture, shade structures such as umbrellas and awnings, light fixtures, and so on. The intent here is to ensure good quality design in our outdoor dining areas. And moving on from Chapter 2 in the private realm to the public realm, Chapter 3 in the specific plan calls for potential improvements to pedestrian, bicycle, transit, and vehicular circulation. And in the next few slides, I will go over the major improvements described in the plan, particularly those involving reconfiguration of streets. So with that, starting with Main Street, this slide shows the existing design or cross-section for Main Street. The next slide shows the preferred option for reconfiguring Main Street. This preferred option calls for widening the sidewalks, adding a dedicated bike lane, maintaining the existing parallel parking along the sidewalk, and reducing the number of vehicle lanes from 2 to 1 in each direction. One question that came up during our study session last fall was whether the portion of Main Street between Grand Avenue and El Segundo would also be reconfigured because it happens to be a truck route in our circulation element. Well, before we initiate any change, as we go through the design process, we will study any impacts to sort of truck circulation to make sure that is addressed during the design process. And we would bring options to you regarding the design before going forward with the implementation. This is the existing cross-section of Grand Avenue. And this is the preferred concept, which widens sidewalks, adds angled parking along the sidewalk, while eliminating the parking along the median in order to provide a consistent 8-foot landscaped median in the middle. These are the preferred concepts. As I mentioned, there are other concepts or alternatives for the streets in the plan, but I wanted to focus on the preferred concepts in the presentation. Moving on to Richmond Street, this is the existing cross-section of Richmond Street. And this is the preferred concept in the plan. This preferred option for the segment from Grand Avenue to Franklin includes substantial widening of the sidewalks, eliminating the on-street parking, and this will create an opportunity for more outdoor dining and more room for pedestrians. In addition, the plan calls for temporary or periodic closing off of this segment to vehicular traffic for the purpose of having temporary events such as the farmers market or other events that we have on Main Street. Permanent closure of Richmond Street is not possible in the near term, as we've discussed previously. However, in the long run, it may be possible if certain physical or property ownership issues are addressed. Now, in conclusion, regarding these improvements, all these street improvements aim to improve the pedestrian and bicycle mobility in the downtown, along with other goals. And kind of related to that, and to touch on our parking and mobility strategy again, I just want to summarize that parking and mobility strategy. So I would say that, number one, our plan is to reduce private property parking requirements to kind of improve our downtown's competitiveness and attract new businesses and development. Number two, the specific plan lays out transit, bicycle, pedestrian improvements that will make it easier and more comfortable for people to access our downtown without necessarily using a car. Number three, we want to improve how we manage the existing parking in the downtown. Today, there are approximately 1,700 parking spaces in the downtown, private and public. Our parking analysis found that this parking is adequate to meet the demand for the existing uses as well as future demand, at least in the near future, as we start to see new development and investment in the downtown. So improving how efficiently we use or manage the existing parking will help us continue to meet the demand for parking longer into the future as we get more and more development. Some examples of better management of the parking are incentivizing shared parking between private properties, especially those that don't have sort of the same peak time usage periods, marketing, more signage or wayfinding towards public parking, and also looking at time limitations and adjusting those as necessary. And number four in this overall strategy, if necessary in the long run, we can look into investing in new parking structures. But as our parking analysis has shown, this is not necessary right now in the short term. This slide shows the existing parking locations in the downtown and potential locations of new parking structures, including one at the Civic Center near Grand Avenue and Standard Street, and another one at the intersection of Richmond and Franklin. That kind of concludes our description of Chapter 3 in the specific plan. And a quick word on Chapter 6, the implementation chapter. This chapter lists several actions, programs, studies, or initiatives that we will continue to work on to help implement sort of the public improvements that are described in the plan and also realize that new vision for the downtown. An example of that is what Michael's going to touch on later on in the presentation, the proposed downtown outdoor dining program, which is an implementation item, but we are kind of getting a head start on that. The action plan is also accompanied by a discussion of potential funding sources for all these improvements covered in the specific plan. As I mentioned at the beginning, the staff conducted an environmental review for this project. The environmental impact report in your packet concludes that the project will not have significant and unavoidable impacts. Some mitigation measures have been included to ensure any potential impacts are reduced to a less than significant level. We received a few comments on the draft environmental impact report during the public review period. They touched on the topics of cultural, aesthetic, land use, and transportation impacts. Those comments were included in the final report, and there are responses in the final EIR on this item and in your packet. And before we conclude our presentation, there's a couple of topics to cover, one that Michael was going to touch on. But during our public hearing last month at the Planning Commission, we had a discussion and the commission made two recommendations regarding the permitted uses in the specific plan. Now, those are not reflected in the draft specific plan in your packet. Those topics came up during the public hearing. So we would like to ask for your consideration and direction on these two recommended changes. So I can describe these briefly, we can discuss them, or wait until the end of the whole presentation to go over them. Number one is to include museums to the permitted uses list in the Main and Grand Avenue districts. The Planning Commission believed that museums, such as ISMOA, would help activate the pedestrian environment and would be appropriate uses in the Main Street and Grand Avenue districts. Similarly, the Planning Commission felt that night or dance clubs could also contribute to enlivening the downtown if they are appropriately regulated. The specific plan as drafted does not permit nightclubs. The Planning Commission recommends permitting them in the Grand Avenue District, subject to an administrative use permit. Amending the name in the plan to reflect that concentration on dancing, including in its definition assembly events as well. That way they can sort of stay active during the day or during weekdays. And establish certain operational restrictions, which I will go over in the next slide here. So first, a couple of items, the business size and dance floor size. Those are some areas that the Planning Commission focused on. The idea being to kind of maintain sort of a small scale of businesses in the downtown area. We could either regulate the overall business side and or the dance floor in any one of these businesses. And we could do that either through a percentage or through a sort of a maximum cap on the size of dance floors. We staff provided some specifics in this presentation to kind of help focus our discussion, but we'd like to get your response or reaction to these. Noise was a big issue that came up during the Planning Commission meeting, specifically setting a limit on the maximum noise level. Staff did a little bit of research. Typical nightclub, the noise levels can go up to 100 or exceed 100 decibels. Staff believes that 90 decibels would be appropriate for the type of sort of atmosphere we want to have in the downtown. Soundproofing to be required during the AUP discretionary process to help make sure that there's no sort of exterior noise impacts from these businesses. Regulating lighting to make sure there's no lighting spillover. You know, typical nightclubs might have bright lighting or laser shows and things of that sort. Rather than prohibit them, we suggest reviewing those during the discretionary review process through the AUP process. Queuing outside was an issue that the Planning Commission covered and suggested limiting queuing to the frontage of the individual business or the subject business. That way there's no impact to the adjacent neighboring businesses. And also, of course, making sure that there's clear passage for pedestrians on the public sidewalk. And finally, requiring an entertainment permit, as we do for most entertainment uses. Make sure that the police department is notified and they can do their own review of these proposed businesses. That is a quick summary of the suggested parameters or potential restrictions. The council, has certain options regarding this. You could adopt the downtown specific plan as it was drafted without these additional changes. You could direct us to make changes to the plan to incorporate these two use types, or provide staff other direction regarding the Planning Commission's recommendations. With that, I will hand things off to Michael to touch on the downtown outdoor dining program.
Thank you, Paul. So before we get back to what seems to be maybe an exciting topic, dance clubs and museums, another equally exciting topic, we were before the council in March with a quick study session on the outdoor dining in the downtown. We received some basic feedback from you three, and we have finalized the draft downtown outdoor dining program guidelines, but have a couple of decision points for you tonight. The guidelines are, as Paul alluded to, are really, it's an action plan to be adopted through the downtown specific plan, but we wanted to get ahead of that and have these program guidelines in place so that by the time the downtown specific plan is adopted, we're not then kickstarting this process. And so we're hopeful to have this in place so that once the downtown specific plan is effectuated, this process is ready to hit the ground running, and restaurants and tenants of our downtown have a path forward to permanency with their outdoor dining options. So the first decision point we're looking for from council, if you recall, the initial draft required 100% of property owners and tenants on either side of the business establishment for 100 feet to sign a petition or sign off authorization that they're okay with the subject restaurant having outdoor dining. There's 100 different scenarios that you could drum up with whether it would be required for 100% or none at all, or any combination in between. And so we're looking for one of those three options, whether it be required at all, or have there be some sort of middle ground to allow someone to have outdoor dining in front of their establishment. The second decision point, which probably is not as much of a decision point, I think there was consensus that there would be transferability. So if a restaurant leaves and a new restaurant comes in, that we build in the allowance for them to inherit the existing permit or license, and then when it comes to renewal, they would just have to pay the renewal. So probably not much of a decision point tonight, but that is up there for discussion. The third and last is we did not have these numbers last time, but the third and last is the actual fee structure. So as always, we aim to be cost recovery based when we establish our fees. That means we assess what kind of staff time goes into actually processing an application, and then we back out of that by calculating the fully burdened costs of that staff time, and that is the generation of the fee structure. So you'll see above you, and if it's tough to see, I'll go ahead and just summarize. The actual application process itself involves several folks from Public Works, Building Safety, Planning, the City Manager's Office, and Fire, for a total of $3,796.73. The annual renewal process, it's a much smaller group of folks that look at the renewal, but that totals $1,026.25. The initial application is much more robust because it requires inspections, meetings, walkthroughs, a significant amount of review on the front end from the design perspective. We would be replacing the downtown design process with this process. So much like any development downtown now goes through the downtown design application review process, they would not be going through that process. They'd be going through this process instead. And so it's rather time consuming to do the downtown design review on a staff level. So that is the background for the fee. It's a policy decision. The fees, I don't have the numbers from last time, but this is slightly more than when we provided the summary during our March study session of the other jurisdictions. This is probably $100 to $200 more than our counterparts in other jurisdictions. It's based on our fully burdened costs, and so the only explanation is that they may have folks that maybe are lower on the totem pole that are doing the review, or they have bigger staffs, and so it's spread differently. Everybody's, in terms of jurisdictions that process these, everybody's review process is going to be a little bit different, and so it's hard to compare apples to apples, but we are slightly more expensive than our counterparts. The annual renewal process was about on par with everybody else. But again, this is a policy decision. We're tasked at bringing you the fully cost burden rate for 100% cost recovery, and the council can elect to do with that as they wish. And so tonight, there's, again, eight different actions, or 7, and the 8th being anything else that you want to throw at us tonight. But there's quite a bit to talk about tonight, particularly the Planning Commission recommendations and then finalizing the outdoor design guidelines. So with that, Paul and I are here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Out and Mr. Samaras. The public hearing is now open for public input. Do we have any comments?
We do. Mona Eisman.
I had a feeling.
I'm not even going to talk about home share, I promise. My normal topic. Thank you for this, and I'm glad that we saw that. I live Mona Eisman, 415 Concord Street. Parking. If we reduce parking required, the employees park in front of my house, okay? So I want us to keep in mind that we want to bring people here. We're reducing parking requirements. I get that. But employees now have to have, we already have employee parking on the 400 block of Concord. So I want to keep that parking in mind, that we may think it's okay, but they're parking in the neighborhoods, which are already tight. Mobility. I'm very happy to hear, thank you, that Richmond Street will not be closed. Because when Richmond Street was closed during COVID, Concord became so congested. Because you can't, with parking on both sides, it's literally one way. So you wait and you're polite. And so Richmond Street being closed really made it very difficult and dangerous, to be honest. People weren't always careful. So that I was very happy to hear. I want to, here we are here. Bike lanes and mobility. I want to be sure that we have access for pickup and drop off, like if my mom has a walker, because in some cities that are putting in bike lanes, it's actually become difficult at many spots to access businesses because you're going from the car lane over the bike lane, okay? And not everyone in design, I know that we're legal ADA, but it's become inconvenient for businesses. Let me just say that. I'm not saying anyone is illegal. I'm saying it's inconvenient. And so I want to make sure that we are absolutely maintaining accessibility to all businesses at their front door, okay, on how we do this. And Culver City, which has done one lane each way and bike lanes and transit lanes, my friends who live there say they no longer go into Culver City, they drive around it because it is so congested. We should have that problem, we hope, right? But for people who live there, it has become greatly more congested to just travel through their main street, their downtown area. So I want us to keep that in mind, in that Culver City doing it, it's really, you can't even go through, it's very congested through Culver City. And then, hold on, one more. The no offices, I like the medical thing. Are we going to require offices have their front door open? And shops, because when we did Main Street many years ago, we were not requiring people to enter through the front door. I'm hoping to increase that we do that now. That we say that any business that's on there is open to the public during reasonable hours. And we hadn't done that. We had businesses that used their back door. Concern about traffic in the alleys. I read the whole report. It's very long, very good work. But I'm concerned about putting a lot of traffic in the alleys, making them less safe for vehicles, traffic. It's just, in reading the whole report, that was something that came to mind. And I'm just glad that the streets are going to be generally open for visibility of businesses. I understand wanting us to be more pedestrian, but if I don't drive past a business and I don't see it as a business, I'm losing some visibility. So my biggest fear is not happening, which is closing of Richmond. Thank you for now. But I do want us to look at, because many places that have put in bike lanes, I think for many it's become awkward is a word to navigate, and it's slowed down traffic. Human car, and, you know, everyone trying to get around, parking, Uber people trying to pick people up, drop people off. So I just want us to learn from that, because some cities have become really have really become unmanageable to get into their core where the businesses are, not to the peripheral parking lots, but to where the center action is, has become more challenging and more difficult. And down the road, when we see it, the residential around this, we may be asking for permits because we're already getting employee parking. If this is all a great success, right? We would love that, but then we would want our own parking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, are there any other public commenters?
That is the only one I have.
All right, do I have a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
Baldino seconds.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Fortunately, that was unanimous. All right, council discussion.
Let's start with the bike lanes, the dedicated bike lane. Well, let me ask, how's our subcommittee coming with developing our overall master plan? Because I hate to do a bike lane piecemeal, right? If we just have a bike lane that's going to show up on Main Street and then disappear on Franklin, doesn't make a lot of sense, does it?
Yeah.
So how is the overall subcommittee doing with trying to figure out what our bike master plan is? And then specifically, when you're talking about a dedicated bike lane on Main Street, is that going to be painted green How is that going to be identified?
Councilmember Baldino, you're referring to the subcommittee comprised of 2 members of the Planning Commission. So they've met a couple of times. They're working actually on developing sort of a mission and purpose that they'd like to come back, and a plan of action that they'd like to come back and present to the City Council. I don't have timing on that specifically. We're working on calendaring our 3rd meeting to really start mapping that out and schedule a time that they can actually come back. Initially, we're actually thinking that update can be made part of the Planning Commission annual update to City Council later in the summer. So I anticipate having good feedback from them and sort of a plan of action within the next 2, 3, 4 months by the time we come back to City Council. But they are charged at, and they've been looking at the different master bike plan, the greenhouse gas emissions cap plan, all the different, the circulation element. Right. They've been digesting all those different policy documents to have a good grasp and understanding of the connectivity of bike lanes and what that looks like when you dead end at Franklin, or where what do you do with the bike lane when you transition to a street where there maybe isn't a bike sharrow. So that's to answer your first question. The second question, and Paul, thank you for bringing that up. As it's shown on Main Street is a green bike sharrow. That would be a solid green painted bike lane. But as Paul can probably also expand on, this is only the preferred concept. We are not approving this for implementation. There are other concepts which we had previously shown to the Commission and Council. There are at least 2 other concepts in the downtown specific plan that still live in the downtown specific plan. When and if we ever got to the point where we secured funding and we were going to implement one of these concepts, that decision would come back before the City Council for consideration at that time. But as it's shown here, the preferred method or preferred concept was a solid green bike sharrow.
Okay. Can I suggest, Council, just because there's 75 components to this, can we probably all have an opinion on all of them? Like, why don't we let's do the roads thing first. Let's do the transit plan first, and then we'll go to the next.
Yeah.
No, so keep rolling. I just didn't want you to feel like you had to go way
I think
into
what he's telling us is that we can kick the can down the road on this. Basically, it'll be in the plan, but then when we have funding and actual dollars to do something, then we can decide, is it green arrow? Do we make the sidewalk wider? So I don't think we need to make this decision other than thank you for giving us options for the future. And then it's a conversation we can have once we have money to spend, which we do not.
Councilor Drew, you have thoughts on the circulation plan? No. I would say that I want to echo the commenter that what we run into sometimes with a bit of sort of magical thinking of the future of transportation is the current modes of transportation still live, they just get pushed into the neighborhoods. So she's 100% right when she thinks that Concord or Eucalyptus are going to have a lot more cars, because if we make Main Street 2 lanes, there's still 4 lanes worth of cars that are going to go through there or go around. And the Culver City scenario is apt, which Director Allen, you see firsthand, but anyone who can avoid that death drive does, because you'd sit there and just watch an empty lane reserved for buses and bikes that has no one in it. So I, as appreciative that they have sort of the future focus on it, I have grave concerns about going 2 lanes on Grand and Main. There's room for it on Richmond, I suspect, but being mindful of exactly what we saw during the pandemic is that those cars didn't evaporate. They just all got pushed northbound on Concord and into the neighborhoods. So that would be my 2 cents on that piece of it. Or 5 cents. Or senselessness, I'm not sure. All right, what's next?
Want to talk about museums and nightclubs? I came out of
I would love to.
Let's get into it.
Can you go to slide 23?
Memorize the slide.
Yeah, I did. I actually have no issue with museums. I mean, I think that's always a good thing to have. The fact that we lost one on Main Street would be nice to get more. I have to admit, I'm very confused on the nightclub aspect. I don't even know where this came from, other than I do know there was one person who wanted to petition for one on Main Street.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess I'm looking at this saying, I don't know what the value is of this. That's all. I just, I don't see I don't see, I don't know where it came from or why it came from, other than if one person came in and now we want to make it part of the specific plan, I'm a little confused by that.
Yeah, I'm sort of happy to provide context.
Please do.
You suspect correctly, during the Planning Commission public hearing 2 weeks ago, there was a interested party who would like to explore opening a venue in the downtown. And so they expressed their desire, their support, or what they wanted, sort of their vision to the Planning Commission, which facilitated some deliberation amongst the Planning Commission members who thought that such a use, regulated as Paul outlined, could generate additional foot traffic where there isn't some now. And it might be a missing use. There was discussion of how is this any different than some of the bars and restaurants that stay open late and have live bands and entertainment components to them as well already. And so it was really under the lens of a mechanism to create additional foot traffic in the downtown.
I think one of the local establishments having a guitar player or a three-piece band is a very, very different, it's a very large jump to a nightclub. 100 years ago, I worked in those, so I'm very well aware of what they bring in. I'm just saying that unless there is someone that is coming in with a specific idea for that part of town, I don't know why we'd be entertaining it.
See what you did there?
Councilmember Baldino, museums and nightclubs.
Yeah, so if we don't make this change, and the ask is to make museums a permitted use in all the zones, if we don't do that, can someone still bring in AUP or ask for permission, and then we have a public hearing to talk about the museum or the nightclub, and we find out exactly what it is, as opposed to saying, let's just create rules, and if a nightclub comes, they're allowed to do that by right. We have an area with no nightclubs now. It seems silly to zone and say, now we want nightclubs without knowing what that means. But the question is, to his point, right? If someone has an idea, can't they just submit an application under this downtown plan and ask for a variance, and we have a public hearing, and we have a whole discussion of whether or not that makes sense, and we have parking requirements and security requirements and all the things we would normally do as a public review process. Is that possible?
There'd be two options for that legally. Either one, make them subject to an AUP or a CUP, or you'd have to amend the code at that time. So you'd have to call out the use in some way in the code or amend the code later. But you could make it a CUP or an AUP.
So it wouldn't be permitted by right, it'd be permitted pursuant to an AUP or a CUP.
Right.
Conditional use permit.
Right.
We use a lot of initials.
Sorry, yeah. And perhaps with the nightclub, you might want to make that a CUP, given the potential.
You can take it away.
Well, and potential for a lot of off-site impacts, and is it, you probably wouldn't want it next door to certain uses that were more sound sensitive, things like that.
No, we wouldn't want to give that development right away without having limitations and protections for the neighborhoods, right? So I agree, Lance, we can't have it be permitted, but we could allow it under a CUP. That way it has to go to Planning Commission, and then it's got to come to City Council. We'll have public hearings, and we can decide if that makes sense in our downtown or not.
Agreed.
Let me ask this, if it's instead of administrative use permit, if it's conditional use permit, does that require, are there any other changes that, besides is that just change the administrative process?
It becomes a discretionary action of the Planning Commission. So
Okay.
AUP still gets referred to the Planning Commission as a receive and file, and they can pull it and deliberate. They both get noticed, but there is a formal public hearing with the Planning Commission. There's a little bit more robust of an application and analysis and presentation to the commission.
I think, do we have consensus for yes on museums?
Pursuant to a CUP.
Museums.
Just museums.
Museums. Nightclubs with a CUP?
I think actually, if I'm not mistaken, Ryan, what you were saying was put them both on, it's
Or
supposed to be
CUP
under
for both.
CUP for both. Because you want to know what's going in there. It's not like a blanket, what's a museum? I mean, there's.
Correct.
There's different definitions for that, so is it a matter of, okay, hey, listen, we'd be open to it, but you really have to bring the idea to us.
Yeah, I'm more open to the museum than the nightclub, for sure.
So I think you're talking about CUP on both, right?
Yeah, I think what Councilmember Drew is saying is just having the Arts and Culture Committee here, we might be conceiving of one kind of museum, and conceivably we could get all manner of museums.
Right, right.
So perhaps we would want a CUP for both. Is there anything legally problematic with that, City Attorney?
No.
CUPs for museums, there's no,
And just so it's understood, what a CUP is that you look at the conditions are, is it consistent with the neighborhood? Is it going to cause impacts to the neighborhood? It's those kind of issues. So it's not necessarily that you could pick and choose between whether you like a particular museum or not. It'd be, is it consistent with the neighborhood?
so that could, without going down too far of a rabbit hole, we could be conceivably trying to tiptoe around specific kinds of museums for content. The CUP is not there for content, it's there for effects. So with that regard, do we want to limit museums to a specific district?
And as a reminder, currently the draft specific plan permits museums in the Richmond Street District and the Civic Center District, currently, as drafted.
So that's already there. So really, we're just talking about the Grand District?
Well, Grand and Main Street.
More problematically would be Main Street, we end up with.
Well, you had Asmoa there. It was there for years, right?
That's in the Grand District.
Oh, that's right, because
The
that's
main
the other
district.
side. Okay.
It's the fear of the unknown museum of novelties or something that is going to bring an element to the neighborhood we may not want, but then we're crossing on certain.
I'm fine with allow. We have a different kind of ordinance for conceivably those issues, as it stands already. I'm open to the museums.
With the CUP.
I'm open to the museums generally. I think that we're probably presupposing that there's a chance for
Evil museum.
Yeah.
So I think we can. I can go along with you on the museums, but I'm not a nightclub. Nightclub's got to be.
Not even with the CUP or with the
CUP.
With the CUP on nightclubs.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the end, what you're probably looking at is more of a pop-up type of situation where it's just going to happen over a period of time. It's more of an event. I cannot imagine anyone could stay in business having a nightclub in El Segundo 7 days a week. We barely have restaurants open 7 days a week. So I cannot imagine that being the case. So I think in general, you're looking at a pop-up situation.
Okay. How do we feel about the first floor on Main Street with the restricted uses on that? I think you were just starting to talk about that one.
Yeah, I mean, we have certain offices on Main Street. I can foresee a medical office making sense with frontage on Main Street. We have that already. And so to say we don't want any more offices seems, I don't know, is that necessary? Is that help with foot traffic? I get if you're saying it's just a business office, but if you're going to include, chiropractic, dentist, physical therapy, those are medical offices, which they may want to be on Main Street for just visibility purposes.
I think one of the public comments we had today was part of the problem is that you have a lot of just office on Main Street, and then at 6 o'clock it closed down, and there's nothing going on, especially on the northern part. I think, are we looking to activate that part of town or not? And I think at this point, with the way we're growing and the way entertainment and availability is growing here, I think we probably want to start activating that a little bit more. So I do believe that there's a rationale for this.
If somebody wanted to do some sort of creative space or a design space there, they could still do an AUP on Main if they're on the first floor. And
That's correct. That's why the planning commission wanted to allow for that possibility, yeah.
Okay, with that caveat, someone can come in and explain why they need it, and they can get approval. I'm happy with the way it's written. We don't need any change on that.
Agreed.
the first floor offices are okay.
Wait, we're saying what they're adopting is we no longer want offices on the first.
I mean, yeah, but they can, with an AUP, conceivably, a form of office is allowed.
Yes.
How do we feel about heights?
I'm okay with.
I'll do the jokes here, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, what do you have to say, Chris?
That was a leading question.
Well, just 60 feet on East Grand in the venerable old CRS zone over there. as it stands now, 60 feet does not seem daunting, but if you imagine the hardware store suddenly going up 60 feet, that creates a very, and then all of a sudden across the street, if the Rite Aid has a 60-foot structure, you end up with a pretty significant canyon.
Yeah, the development opportunity on the hardware store property may not be the same. You may not achieve the 60 feet because of the required step back. I'm sorry, there's no required step back on the 60 feet, that's right. So we did not include that. We only talked about it on Main Street last time. I think when we developed these standards, given the width of Grand, the size of the median, the canyon effect wasn't really a concern with the distance between any potential new development. It had not come up during public discussion or the public hearings, other than the last time when we talked about Main Street. I can see the concern on Grand, but I think the reason why we didn't pursue it further was really just because of the geometric of Grand is significantly different than, say, Standard or Main Street, which, with a street that's probably less than half the width.
I'm not necessarily opposed to it. I just didn't know if it stuck out to anyone else.
I would think the only areas that would really take advantage of 60 feet are going to be the Rite Aid and then the strip mall directly west of that, because everything else is kind of an individual. You don't have a large project. And the renderings from the downtown plan for that area see kind of like a mixed-use commercial residential with underground parking, a big development. So I didn't think about that hardware store, but I don't think there's money to be made in a 60-foot story building there.
And the Baldino Tower.
Right, yeah.
And this is a recommendation of the Planning Commission, correct?
Well, this was a result of the development of the draft plan. This was a recommendation that was presented to the commission that we did not receive any other sort of adverse reaction or feedback on.
Okay.
And while I beat up on that zone, so I'm fine with the 60 feet then. There, if I know we're removing the ability for gas stations to be there as part of this, and I know I just said this before, but I had a string around my finger to make sure that if we want to put charging stations or something in there, is that a permitted use?
Charging stations are protected by state legislation, so we do have to permit them.
Thank God for state law. Where would it be without them? Anybody have any issues with the 45 feet on Richmond with no setback requirement on heights there? Any concern on canyoning, particularly if those Chevron lots become developments?
You mean the parking lot?
The parking lot.
45 that's like 3 stories, right?
About.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's existing right next to Old Town Patio. Is that
That's right.
new? That's about 45 feet. I don't think it's bad.
I think the way the terrain falls away, I think it mitigates probably some of that. I just circled it. Any concern, Councilmember Giroux?
Nope.
Parking? Anybody have concerns about the new parking?
No, I'm glad the parking's been reduced. And as Paul said, they did an analysis of the needs, and they say even with the spaces we have now, we should be okay. Parking in lieu allows that little flexibility if they want to pay into it for more development, but.
I got the sense those 1,700 spots were counting the Chevron contractor lots there.
Private and public.
And so that's probably the genesis of if you had somebody who's using it by day and somebody's using it by night, is that what you were driving at with that indirectly?
It doesn't have to be just those large lots. All the other lots that have few parking spaces can share as well.
And I saw this provides for wayfinding signage. Some of that, I know in the garage we have now, the signage in there is incredibly confusing because it tells you it's the spot is the property of a business that hasn't been there in a decade. Is that part of the plan to show people where to park?
Yes, it is, yeah. There's a goal and a plan to establish wayfinding for parking and other destinations in the downtown.
I had a question about, are there any risks attendant in using form-based FAR requirements that we might, I know I was just beating up on state law a minute ago, but there's a chance that we might be whipsawed by a density bonus we were unaware of or anything of that nature that we should be guarded by instead of having a strict ratio? So we have somebody who goes within a form-based requirement and they say, okay, I want to build this many units, and oh, by the way, one of these is for low and one of these for very low, and now I get 12 units instead of 2 units. Something that,
Yeah, I think I might flip that question around a little bit and ask if it otherwise meets all the form-based standards, what are our concerns? And then maybe we can address the concerns.
I was just guarding against it. We somehow end up with a lot more units than we intended and a lot more density than we intended.
Yeah. When we did the analysis, there is a maximum unit count that we, presumed based on the real developed world, what could actually be developed from a financing standpoint. So,
And we have minimum unit size in there, correct?
there is minimum and maximum unit, there's a unit mix requirement. Yeah, minimum unit size.
Outdoor dining? Thoughts?
In addition to the application fee and the yearly renewal fee, isn't there also a price per square foot?
That there was not something that, when working with Public Works, that we opted to include. It was the application process, and then the renewal process based on staff time only. I suppose that's another decision point tonight, not only as part of the application process, but also as part of the business license process. The square footage of outdoor dining is not factored into our currently proposed application fee. The square footage of outdoor dining is also not included in the business license fee itself.
So I'm okay with the cost of $4,000 a year because it's going to be like $1,600 a year, $4,000 to get me started. And then I guess the question is, should we add that square footage to the business license fee?
But in theory, anyone can walk in and sit at your tables, right? Because those are still public right of way.
That's true. That's kind of why I don't want to charge a price per square foot for the public right of way, because there's going to be a sign saying this is for public use at any time, and the business is putting the money in to make it nice and the lighting and all that, and they want their customers to be there. But the reality is, public right of way, anyone in the public can use that outdoor area. So I don't want to charge for something we really don't.
Yeah, they don't control.
Yeah.
Councilman, do you agree with
Yeah,
that?
I agree. I think if it's one thing if it was dedicated specifically to that business, but the way it's written, it's not.
So leave it with the application.
I would leave it
renewal
with the
fees.
application thing for now.
I'm okay with that.
I will say with that, and not the application piece, but, and I think the public commenter was around this too, but we currently think about 28% of people will be over 60 by 2030. And with that, anytime we take away parking frontage, those are the people who are most directly going to be impacted. So I'm not sure when we talk about putting the parklets in, or come up with the ideas that 100% of people, within 100 feet, would sign a petition, that still is a bit of a beggar thy neighbor issue, where you're taking away your parking, that cars will, that in effect, the domino effect of it takes away parking for someone who may need it, who, and I know we saw this right on Richmond, who's, their clientele's demographic skewed older, and it was a big impact on their business. And I don't know, I'm a little bit out of my element on land use with it. I don't know what sort of recompense we have for that. We can't dedicate specific parking spaces to specific businesses, but how do we, in the name of having outdoor dining, which we all like, and parklets, which we all like, achieve that at the same time while protecting access for a aging in place population?
Some type of percentage limit on how much outdoor dining can be on a street, perhaps, or a ratio of some type. I hate to pull this out of thin air now, but I'm thinking about how do we avoid every parking space on a block being outdoor dining and now there's no parking, right? And I think that's your concern, is we've got to park somewhere.
Yeah, you have to park somewhere. even if, everyone else is riding bicycles, that's a demographic that is going to need to park somewhere.
And this is the way this has been for the last 4 years.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that we're not really introducing anything that has not been existing in everyone's lives.
Yeah, I think that the scope and scale of the outdoor dining has shrunk since the pandemic. But when we do this and provide a methodology for people to use it, I think we could reasonably expect there to be a significantly larger amount of outdoor dining, which moves people who normally would park in front of the restaurant are now going to park, go eat for 3 hours, and the person who has a retail place that we're trying to invite to come here to Main Street won't have a place for their patrons to park.
So maybe I'm missing something here, but basically we're talking about you're able to do outdoor dining outside of your establishment, right? Is that what we're talking about? Or are we talking about the ability to extend it beyond where your storefront is?
Your business frontage only.
So I guess that's my point. I mean, that's where we're at right now, right?
Well, I think with these guidelines and giving people some clarity about what they can do and extend into the parking spots in front of their restaurant or in front of their store, I think reasonably we are hoping they will take advantage of that. When they take advantage of that, those are 2 or 3 fewer parking spots, and those people are going to cascade down the road, and some of these retail places will be inaccessible.
I don't share the concern as much as you do, Chris, because I think foot traffic is a good thing for retail, and you get that with the outdoor dining and having the parklets. And, if you got to walk a block or two, it's not the end of the world. And I think to Lance's point, are we going to see an explosion of other restaurants having outdoor dining, or are we kind of looking at what we already have now and trying to make it fit?
I mean, I don't want to speak for the restaurants, but I think in general, you're looking at a few things that they're facing as far as economic challenges, and the more tables you create, the more need for staff, the more overhead, the more expense. There's a lot of things. I do believe there's certain restaurants that just won't take advantage of it because it doesn't make sense for their business model. I think the ones that have it right now are the ones that are going to do it, personally.
So should we tackle their question about, do you need 100% sign off from the neighbors, no sign off? What do we want to do about that?
Yeah, for me, I think as long as you're just utilizing your storefront, I don't see why you would need a sign off from the adjacent personally. I don't get it. If you were encroaching on next door and your tables are set up there or your parklet's set up there, that I get. But as long as you're within your storefront, I don't see why you would need a sign off.
I just think, not so much for the sidewalk piece, but for the parking, because that does directly impact your neighbors. So that the parking is a shared resource, and it becomes a little bit of the tragedy of the commons, where it's whoever eats the most commons first, the fastest wins.
But that parking is not dedicated to that storefront, right? We've got landscaping and whatnot. Like, not every storefront has parking right in front of it. Sure, that's the ideal situation, but it's not guaranteed by any sense.
And again, it's public use. It's that even that parklet, that seating area, it's public. It doesn't necessarily belong to the establishment. So it's parking, it's seating. I get what you're saying. I'm just saying that in the end, for what we're trying to accomplish here, I do believe that the plan we have in place is a good plan.
Well, they allowed for 3 conceivable options on that. One is the 100% within 100 feet of neighbors. What was the other? Do you want to pull that slide up?
Just the adjacent.
Slide 28. I got you, Michael.
And this one's your immediate neighbors, okay, or the other 3, it's the free-for-all.
It's not a free-for-all, as long as they're utilizing out in front of them. I believe scenario 3 in this situation.
The Oklahoma technique.
No, I agree with Lance. I think if we want to encourage outdoor dining, then you need to have people being able to utilize their storefront for outdoor dining.
Without regard to the impact of taking the parking spots to their conceivable retail neighbors or interested neighbors.
That is the land use decision we are making. And I think if you allow there to be some type of veto power, then we're putting the land use decision into the individual business owner who happens to have whatever business on that block saying, no, you can't do that, no, you can't do that. So.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I should say but parking is certainly our baby. It's our road, or our easement on most of this. Well, I'll put a star on that one. We'll come back to it. Was there anything else worth covering on this?
Well, you had, then slide 29 is the next thing you had to talk about, right? Change of business. I think number 3 on this one as well. If you've already done it, you already paid for it, you're selling your business.
Right, it should transfer.
It should transfer. We got 3. We got 3 on that one?
Yeah, I agree.
All right.
So I think on most of these, we have consensus with possibly 2 outliers. The outdoor dining, do you need your neighbors to approve? And do we want to tackle the circulation stuff at all in depth? I mean, I know we've got the option to kick it down the road, but if we approve it as is, then all of a sudden we fall into a bucket of money, or all of a sudden we backed into building 2-lane roads.
No, there's no strong commitment being made. Those are preferred concepts through the community participation process and public hearing that was held at the Planning Commission. All of them would require further evaluation, even design and engineering. Those are conceptual. It's possible that if we were to proceed with one, Public Works would engage with a design firm. They would actually go spec out, the actual width. Does this design truly fit in this area? Whether it's actually, the most efficient use of the space given the goals of the preferred design concept. Those are design concepts only. So we're not making a hard commitment to actually, picking one and running with it at this point.
This is exactly like the Smoky Hollow situation where there were a number of options. One was tried that didn't work very well, it was backed off of, and others have been tried and been successful. It's written that way.
Do we need to have it in there?
I think it helps convey and paint the vision for the area. For purposes of visioning and establishing what the intent of the plan is, it does help provide that context for the reader, for interpretation, and it gives staff a direction or something to pursue. If we do happen to find a funding source, it gives us a direction to at least begin the conversation.
And understand the decision of which direction we go can also be just keep it as it is. We don't want to change Main Street, keep it 2 lanes. Even though we have this vision in the plan, we don't have to agree to it when the time comes to have that conversation. This is more of like, wouldn't it be nice if things look like this? And maybe it's not nice if things look like that. It's yet to be determined, but.
If I may just add one more thing
Sure.
about that. One more reason to keep those options in the plan is because they were studied in the environmental review document with regard to any impacts to transportation. So if we elect one of those, it has already been studied, so, yeah, so we're covered, in other words, yeah.
We are free to elect none of them.
You can always say no in the future and say, keep it as it is. They're just saying, we've done all the work. If you want to go in this direction, we've checked the environmental boxes so we'd be able to implement a little bit quicker because we've got a plan. But we can always say no to the plan in the future.
Which brings us back to outdoor dining and parking, I guess, where I'm the only one who thinks that the neighbors have an interest in their parking spots.
I mean, in general, yes, but I think when you come to land use and planning, that is why we are elected to try to make these decisions and call balls and strikes. And I think if you leave it in the hand of an individual, then we are kind of delegating that to someone else.
Well, we do it with undergrounding power lines and neighborhood concerns all the time, right, that need.
You could we could literally get rid of all outdoor dining right now with that decision. Because you could just have one person on each side of every one of these businesses say no, and it's done. And in the end, those parking spaces are not attributed to those businesses. They're public spaces.
Yeah.
So we're removing one for everyone. We're not removing it for just for that one person. You're moving it for whoever's on that, whoever business is there. We've made that decision in order to give the community an outdoor dining experience that they've been asking for, or they want to continue it.
But you could also conceivably strangle walk-in retail business because there's no parking. If you end up with a wall of benches, a wall of tables.
But what I'm saying is, but I hear you, but it's been going on for 4 years this exact same way. So like, I don't,
Well,
if
we're
it's
not
been
exactly
strangled, it would have been
exploding with-
strangled to death already, it'd be gone.
I think it kind of has.
But that's retail in general across the country in every way, shape, or form. So, you know, in the end, if we do not do number 3, outdoor dining could go away.
Is there an option 4?
Well, I'm gonna maybe change it a little bit. I just make a quick suggestion. One, Paul just reminded me that much like an AUP, there will be a notice, and they can go to Planning Commission and express their concerns throughout, during that process. So there is an opportunity for someone to voice their concerns, and staff can respond to that at that time. But the other thing I was going to mention is one of the action plan items is for staff to develop a parking management plan within the first couple of years after adoption of the downtown specific plan. And that would include a review of various parking strategies for the specific plan area and determine appropriate on and off street parking long-term strategies, as well as the effectiveness of existing shared parking and in lieu fee program, and make updates to that. And so I might suggest, as part of that, we come back to the council and report out the results of the outdoor dining. If these are serious concerns, and we don't have enough data at this time to really provide an informed answer to reach an outcome, maybe we spend the next year. We've had several establishments that have certainly been out there, but we don't know, as you pointed out, Mayor Pro Tem, once a business has an actual permanent conduit that we're creating, there might be other establishments that exercise it that otherwise wouldn't have wanted to invest the money and the infrastructure on building out a space. And so as part of this parking management plan, maybe we also look at the impacts of what has outdoor dining done? Has it eaten up all the street parking? What's the ratio? And we take a look at that and report back to the commission, the council.
Okay, another aspect of this is for retail to survive, it needs exposure and it needs customers. What brings more exposure than customers than nightly outdoor dining with people right there? Without that, less people will come to that area. So it has attracted a lot more people to our downtown than we had before. So there's arguments been made on both sides of it. I'm just saying, I just would be careful to sit there and say that you need authority from people on both sides of it, because someone can have an axe to grind and say, hey, yeah, forget it, I don't want it. And now done. So Slice and Pine doesn't have any outdoor dining anymore. You want to talk about pitchforks in this place? Geez, that'd be a rough night.
Would those are those approvals from the tenant or from the building owner?
I'm sorry, say that.
If I want approved outdoor dining and and I need approval from both of my neighbors, is it the building owner or the operating concern?
The original way it was crafted was the tenant and owner. That's the original draft, were both parties.
So I'm happy to go with number 3 with Lance, and then ask staff to monitor it. And as you're looking at the overall parking in the area, maybe there's a limit of how much a street percentage-wise or something. But no, I agree. If you want outdoor dining, then you're going to have to allow people to have outdoor dining.
Well, I think that the pace of that might be slow. By then, the damage could be done. By the time we study it, somebody would be bankrupt. I'm fishing for a solution. I'm not the ideas man here.
They are annual licenses, and so they'll be required to annually come and reobtain a permit. So if we do see negative impacts, then we will have an opportunity at the year mark to unwind what we need to.
And this would be noticed the same way a liquor license would be noticed.
Yeah.
Does anyone ever show up at planning and contest somebody's liquor license application for their effects?
Every once in a while. Yeah, it happens.
They moved that to the consent calendar. 'Cause
Oh, I'll show you.
it was all we were talking about was granting liquor licenses in this town and planning commission.
Is there any other modification? I mean, I don't want to arbitrarily throw a percentage of coverage out there, but I have grave concerns about choking and depriving entire blocks of their parking access.
I don't have a good number off the top of my head. We don't have to make this decision tonight. This doesn't have to happen on the same night as the downtown specific plan is first read. And, we can certainly go back and for second reading, or if we have to reintroduce the downtown specific plan again, we can come back with additional thoughts on, if we're looking at a ratio, or we can come back with that, additional information.
So I guess the question is this in the downtown specific plan, or is this just in your outdoor dining?
This is only in the outdoor dining program guidelines.
Okay, so we can approve the plan and then ask you to tinker with the outdoor dining aspect of that, the implementation of it.
That's right.
So I think this is the holdup we're having. Can I move on to a non-parking question?
Yeah, please do.
Paul, can I ask, why does Marketplace Alley stop where it does and not go all the way down to Holly Street? When you look at the map, it's the alley behind Main between Richmond there. It's kind of truncated. And I know that was the original downtown plan, and maybe that's the answer there, but what is the rationale there for?
Sorry, where did you say it dead ends, sir?
So on the west side of Main, we've got something called Marketplace Alley.
Yes.
See that? And it's just kind of, it doesn't line up square with Holly. Is it because that's all residential?
I think that the reason that, I don't think it dead ends there. I think it's just, that's where we placed the name of the alley, and that's where the Richmond Street district ends. It doesn't mean necessarily that the alley itself ends there.
Right, but north of Richmond, right, that little gray square between Holly and, that's carved out. Is that because that's an apartment building? It's not part of it?
Yeah, it wasn't in the current plan, and it isn't in the proposed specific plan.
Okay.
Okay,
That was my question, is why it was kind of a
I thought you
jigsaw
were
puzzle.
asking about the Marketplace Alley itself, and but I'm glad I was able to clarify.
Well, since the alley runs all the way down, shouldn't the Marketplace Alley part run all the way down too? Or is that just where the word is?
That's just where the word happens to be.
Okay,
on
so that alley goes all the way down to
Yeah, it does.
Mariposa?
Yeah.
Okay.
The alley keeps going, yes.
Got it. And the reason that's carved out is that's all residential, and we're talking about downtown.
Right, it's not within the plan area, so, yeah.
Thank you, Paul.
All right, any other council comments or questions?
One, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, is there anything else? I want to make sure we've answered all your questions.
Yeah, one clarification I think we needed for the nightclub, we landed on a CUP, but did we want to spell out development standards, dance floor area, or just leave that up to the CUP process?
We should definitely have standards. 90 decibels, I mean, is that measured from outside, inside?
That's an interior level
Okay,
for the
so I know when we
noise.
did Rock and Brews, it was like, they've got a decibel requirement from the sidewalk, right? So we should have something like that to where I don't care what your noise is inside, outside, I don't want to hear it, right?
Our nighttime
Well,
code
outside,
enforcement person.
outside, they would just have to meet our regular sort of noise
Regular
ordinance and
sound.
general plan limits, yeah.
Okay.
It'd be like the no queuing past the frontage of the building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The recommendations here are solid. I don't see any issues with them.
The one thing that I would just like to follow up on is the dance floor size. we offered two different ways to regulate the size there, either a percentage or a hard sort of limit, max limit. So just wanted to see what your take is on that. If you wanted to go with a hard cap of, let's say, 500 square feet, you're giving the individual business owner a little bit more flexibility to design their tenant space. If you're more concerned about how big these dance floors or nightclubs are getting, you may want to go with the percentage limitation. I just wanted to just get your sense on that one, that's all.
500 square feet.
Okay.
Because otherwise, hear me out, this bank across from City Hall gets transferred into a nightclub. They don't need any additional parking, right? Because our uses, it doesn't matter what you are in downtown, it's the same parking ratio. So now I've got a one-story nightclub with a dance floor, 10% of that building, and a queue all the way lined up, and an outdoor patio for my smokers. How do you like that?
I mean, it's all coming together.
Right? Baldino nightclub's in effect.
I'm not sure you're making a point for or against.
I'm thinking that you have to think about the unintended consequences. Sure, we had someone come in and say, I've got a cute idea for a nightclub. You allow it by right, you're going to unleash a monster, you know? So it's got to be, keep the regulations in there. We have to have a CUP. We have to know what we're doing before we allow it to happen.
Okay.
What's the, this again is not my industry. What's the logic on the cover charge? Does adding cover charges good or bad?
That's not a suggested regulation. Those were simply comments just in case you wanted to delve into those topics. We weren't proposing necessarily prohibiting a cover charge.
Well, if you want to make sure that we never have a nightclub in town, tell them there's a prohibition on cover charge. that you'll never have one. So that'll be one way to kibosh the whole thing.
Well, we can just kibosh it now and say it's not a permitted use and be done with it.
Leave it.
Right?
I think we leave that to the CUP and location of the location or orientation of entrance probably depends on where they're putting it.
More restrictions are better when we're dealing with an unknown entity like a nightclub in downtown.
We can look at the entrances or the entrance design during the discretionary process. Okay.
I think that clears it up for staff. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right. Are we okay with moving to the very first resolution, having the city attorney read it by title only?
Mayor Pro Tem and council members, a resolution certifying an environmental impact report and approving a general plan amendment for the comprehensive update of the downtown specific plan is ready for approval.
Do I have a motion to adopt the resolution?
Baldino so moves.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, 3-0. And this is, let's see. Oh, for number 2, which ordinance is that?
A resolution of the City Council of the City of El Segundo establishing parking and lieu fee payment procedures.
That's the one. Who would like to introduce that ordinance?
That's actually a resolution for
Oh,
adoption.
excuse me.
I have Reso ordinance.
Oh, yeah, we've got Reso here. No, Reso ordinance. Anyway.
I'm just going from the list on the agenda.
Tell me what you want to motion and I'll motion.
This is the resolution on the parking in lieu fee procedures.
So it's Baldino with the first?
Yeah, it's going to be Baldino, then me second, and let's just get through it that way.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
An ordinance approving specific plan amendment number 21-01, zone change number ZC 21-01, and zone text amendment number ZTA 21-07, implementing the downtown specific plan update project is ready for introduction.
Baldino introduces.
Second.
All right, that is introduced.
No, just introduce.
And then we have the program guidelines. I'm not certain what the council wants to do with those at the moment.
Does anyone, I'm not comfortable going with those guidelines. I'd like to kick it back for the outdoor dining for another option on the parking.
So are we in a situation where this is, it's got to be 3-0, right?
Got to be 3-0.
Does it though?
No. This
No, it's a
policy document.
Oh.
Yeah, we can get 2-3 or.
You know, actually, this is not a resolution or an ordinance or.
This is just a policy.
It's a policy, so this one actually.
Which we can always change, right? I mean, we can amend this policy if we see these things creeping up everywhere, okay, let's pump the brakes. I mean,
Well, I guess we can move it then. You can move a policy, right?
I could make a motion to approve.
And I can second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No.
Thought
The
you go
motion
nay.
carries, the policy carries. Soundly defeated.
A resolution amending a regulatory fee to recover city costs incurred for a certain regulatory permitting process for outdoor dining application and annual renewal fee is ready for adoption.
Baldino moves.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Unanimously?
So this is all completed other than the ordinance, which will be brought back at your next meeting for potential adoption. Did I get everything, Tracy?
Whoa, hold on. He asked about bringing the ordinance back, and then I made a motion to approve that was second.
That policy,
Gotcha. Okay.
but if you were to come back with a modification, we could modify that policy anytime we want because it's policy.
That's correct.
Absolutely.
I highly recommend it. There's a throw a tantrum. All right, would anyone like to summon back Il Duce and Comrade Beerstick?
Can we take a fiver? It's been 3 hours into this.
Yeah, and then
All right, we'll be back. Time now is 8:50. Let's be back at 9 o'clock.
You got it.
We're going to make a change to the order of the agenda. We're going to move up item number 14, staff presentation, which is initiative number 21-0042A1, the Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act. And I want to thank Jeff Kiernan for being so patient with Cal Cities. And thank you for being here. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Floor is yours.
No, my pleasure. Thank you very much. I do have a slide presentation that we'll just get up here, but good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff, of course. My name is Jeff Kiernan. I am your Regional Public Affairs Manager for the League of California Cities. And I'm here to speak tonight about the Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act. This is something that the League of California Cities is doing around the state to educate our members on this initiative, which will has the potential to affect cities' fiscal authority and local control. And of course, this ballot measure is scheduled to be on the November ballot. Although I will, while I'm vamping here, we do have the California Supreme Court is actually hearing this case tomorrow. Governor Newsom and legislators have asked that it be removed from the ballot on the grounds that it is actually a constitutional revision, not an amendment, that would be required to be placed on the ballot via the legislature or constitutional convention. So now that we're up and running, I just wanted to reiterate, Jeff Kiernan with the League of California Cities, here to speak about what we are calling the Taxpayer Deception Act. We've reframed it from the Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act, as you will hear in my presentation. So for those in attendance, I'm Jeff Kiernan, working with the League of California Cities, known as Cal Cities. We are a membership organization of which the city is a member. And we are currently celebrating our 126th year serving California cities. With 475 of the 482 cities in California as members, we are the largest advocacy voice and educational resource for cities and city officials across California. Our greatest strength comes from our membership and our ability to combine our voice with those of city officials like you who are working to better your communities. My role within Cal Cities is to engage with city officials within the 25 cities that make up the South Bay, West Side, and Las Virgenes Malibu cities here in LA County to further our shared goals. Since this is an election year, I'm here to speak to you about this proposed ballot initiative that puts billions of dollars in local funding dollars at risk, including El Segundo's Measure BT that was approved by voters in 2022. So let's take a look at the so-called Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act. As I've mentioned, we've reframed that as the Taxpayer Deception Act, and it is often said that you can tell a lot about a political issue by looking at who is funding the campaign. In this case, the main proponent of the Taxpayer Deception Act is the California Business Roundtable, or CBRT. This is a group that represents California's wealthiest corporations, including developers, oil, insurance, banks, tobacco, and drug companies. At the end of 2023, the California Business Roundtable and their coalition reported more than $17 million in their campaign account, and these corporations are expected to write big checks in the future to help us pass, to help pass this measure. This is why Cal Cities is asking our membership to stand with us to protect cities' ability to fund vital local services. Contrary to what the proponents say, this measure is not in the taxpayer interest, nor does it promote accountability or transparency. Instead, this is measure is a bait-and-switch tax trick that would benefit corporations at the expense of everyday taxpayers and local public services. This measure is a significant threat to your council's local control by placing new restrictions on your tax and fee authority and by greatly reducing your ability to pass revenue measures in the future. And is often the case with ballot measures, the drafting of this measure includes a significant amount of vague and legally undefined language that could open the door to frivolous lawsuits against cities and provide new avenues for businesses and residents to block revenue measures. All of this will impact your city's vital services and the quality of life here in your community, And like I've previewed already, this measure is retroactive and will void approximately $2 billion in funds already at work in our cities. All of this is to say that should this measure pass, it would reduce state and local government funding by billions annually, open the door to lawsuits against cities, and provide new opportunities for businesses or residents to block revenue-raising measures. The resulting reduction in revenues and an increased chance of lawsuits will lead to service reductions to law enforcement, parks, libraries, affordable housing, homelessness prevention, and more. Did I mention this is also retroactive? This measure is retroactive to January 2022, which means that any revenue measures that do not comply with these very specific new rules are void unless reenacted within 1 year in a costly special election. This means that the $2 billion in annual funding already approved by voters since 2022 would need to be rerun at significant cost to local governments just to avoid these funds from automatically being repealed. This council and the residents of El Segundo should be particularly interested in this measure because it would void Measure BT that El Segundo voters passed in 2022. The approximately $3 million that Measure BT will add to the city's budget each year could disappear before it has a chance to make a real difference. Voters were told these dollars would be used in the community for road and street repairs, emergency response, public safety, and to fund parks, youth, and senior programs. If the Taxpayer Deception Act passes, this council will have a difficult choice to make. Spend thousands of dollars to rewrite and rerun Measure BT in a special election in 2025, or cut those services and programs. Beyond just repealing revenue measures passed since 2022, this measure will also make it more difficult for cities to collect fees for services. Moving forward, all fees would need to be approved by a 2/3 majority of a legislative body and must not exceed the actual cost of providing the service. Currently, fees and charges imposed by local and state governments can be market-based, but this measure would require fees to be subject to a new and undefined reasonable test that requires the actual cost to be the minimum amount necessary. This change could decimate local services and bring on a slew of legal challenges. These new definitions forcing fees to be the minimum amount necessary will create problems due to the drafting of this measure. Would development to fees be need to depend on the city staff and the individual hours of a particular staff member? What's the minimum amount necessary for your community's essential services, or to fill a pothole, to pick up your trash, or support your public safety response times? Answers to all of these questions will likely be cited to the courts long after the votes have been counted. So actually, that last slide was this slide shows the examples of fees and charges that are impacted by this ballot measure. Keep in mind the definitions as you read this slide that require these fees to be the actual cost and the minimum amount necessary. Bless you. As you know, most local governments, as I think you're about to do tonight actually, often adopt a schedule of fees. Usually this happens annually. Now, after being approved by a 2/3 vote of the council, your fee schedule would also need to be approved by voters, causing delay and likely more litigation. So this ballot measure's impact on local and state governments cannot be overstated, with $2 billion in locally approved ballot measures since 2022 that will be placed in limbo unless these communities go through a costly revote. Beyond the $2 billion in locally approved revenues at risk of repeal since 2022, estimates show about $2 billion in fees and charges that local governments currently charge will be subject to a legal challenge unless cities make the effort to re-adopt these fees in compliance with the initiative at the next election. And this measure won't just impact you here at the local level. The state is pulled in too. If you think your voter guide is long now, just considering how much it would be added if voters also had to vote up or down on your local fees and taxes, plus all new state taxes and charges that would also require voter approval. The state legislature would also need a 2/3 vote to update many state fees, and this measure changes the legal standard the state must prove that a charge is a fee and not a tax. These new requirements mean the state would be forced to belt-tighten too, which is why Cal Cities is working with a broad coalition in opposition to this proposal that includes any group funded by the state or local governments. So it is my hope that the city of El Segundo will join CalCities and the broad coalition we've assembled in opposition to this measure. This slide shows some of the groups that have opposed the measure with us, including cities, counties, firefighters, nurses, teachers, unions, and environmental groups. CalCities and the coalition are ramping up our efforts, so if you would like more information on the campaign, you can certainly go to stoptaxpayerdeceptionact.com or use this QR code to find more information, to sign up with our coalition, or just sign up for our newsletter to be more engaged. So I'm certainly happy to take your questions, but that's my presentation for now.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kieran. Any comments or questions?
No question. Thank you for bringing this to our attention before the election. And as I see it, I mean, if this were to pass, then we're in jeopardy of losing police and fire, right? We're not going to be able to afford to keep our community safe if we don't have the money to pay for it. So thank you for bringing it to our attention. Thank you.
City Attorney, will we have policy analysis on this from the city?
We could, if the council would like that.
This obviously is a presentation of a policy position. I suspect that there's probably a countervailing one that we may benefit from before taking a position.
Well, okay, that's, we could go through the city's various issues and compare them to the proposed measure and give you a more detailed feel of what the impact would be. And there will be litigation, no doubt about, for example, the retroactive nature of it and what the wording is that, I mean, where allegedly there would be, the city would be at risk potentially is that the wording in the ballot measure wasn't exactly the phrase that's in the this measure. So there's some interesting challenges that will be had, I'm sure. And then on the fee side of it, we could, work with staff and come back with a little more information about where the impacts likely would be. But again, there'll be, just watching the two major tax and fee propositions that have gone in the last couple decades have been Prop 62 and Prop 218. Both of them ended up in about a decade of litigation. In fact, 218 still goes on. But, it will take a long time until the courts determine exactly how this is going to shake out, which is unfortunate too, because it makes it hard to plan.
Have you done a cursory analysis on the fees part of the equation?
We have not.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, maybe we should get an analysis, I agree with Mayor Pro Tem, at a future date. I don't know why, I'm not sure I'm following Councilmember Baldino, with all due respect, on the police and fire. Help me with the logic on that.
Sure. If we're projecting our current deficit 10 years from now, just if we're, at a standard as far as what we're bringing in, if that number is reduced, then that deficit just increases. And now we're starting to have to make cuts, right? So if from our budget study, we see that we're going to be dipping into our reserves, we're going to spend more than we take in throughout the years. If BT goes away and we lose our ability to impose other taxes, then we are looking at providing less services because we have less money.
Yeah, I agree with that, but it assumes that we would cut police and fire before other departments, I guess, is the big assumption there, but.
Well, those are the most expensive, right? That's the biggest part of our budget.
On the tax side, it's kind of interesting in that the change they're making as it will affect the city is they're not that significant when you look at them based upon like the number of votes and those kind of things, but they're very technical. And so the language that's required to be used wasn't exactly the language we used in our measure, but it's a very technical distinction, which is odd. And then there's some additional requirements about the detail of the tax and the amount, which we were pretty specific, but doesn't meet the test of what is in this it's a little, it's very technical, the changes that are being made.
But isn't that by design so that an individual can challenge past tax measures? Any one person can try to undo what a city has already voted on?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to get to.
But that's where it'll be interesting it'll be interesting in litigation, because, you know, there's gonna be, like I said, there'll be years of litigation on this. But I think on the fee side is probably where it's more dramatic, these changes. And we can probably ballpark what the potential impact is if you were unable to impose fees like you are today.
Question, Jeff, if you could. Where did the retroactive aspect come in? Has that been part of it from the beginning, or was that added in? And which of our esteemed legislators in Sacramento is sponsoring this?
This was actually a ballot measure the California Business Roundtable started circulating in 2022. So potentially, they only anticipated, they were trying to get on the November 2022 ballot, but they ran into problems of gathering signatures and the counting of those signatures went past the deadline for that ballot in 2022. So now we end up with a thing where this was approved to be on the 2024 ballot way back in 2022. That's one of the reasons why the retroactivity is so far in the past, that you're bringing in all of this additional funding, that all the revenue measures that essentially have been passed and so point.
And this was done by an initiative petition,
Yeah,
not
this was not-
By now, okay, so they're looking to stop taxpayer deception on a local level in order to do it on a grander level? Is that kind of what we're looking at here? Bottom line is looking to control where, because this is going to result in more in more lawsuits than anything else.
More lawsuits, but also it'll shift the cost of a lot of fees and charges, and some instances taxes to the taxpayer rather than the corporations and the businesses that are operating in our communities.
My take on this is I like what they're trying to do, no offense, Jeff, because as a business owner and entrepreneur, a couple hundred employees, California is incredibly difficult and cost prohibitive to do business. There are people leaving the state, there's no question. So the Business Roundtable is sponsoring this because it's increasingly more and more difficult to do business in California. I don't like the local control part of it, where it's taking away our ability to do that. It's a one-size-fits-all measure that's being proposed for everyone. But I do like what they're trying to do, because as we just said in our budget session, taxes in the state are going nowhere but up. And you already pay 50% of your taxes if you're earning. That's before sales tax. So, and property tax. I understand what they're trying to accomplish. I just don't think that the one-size-fits-all for cities makes sense. So, but I think regardless, we should come back. Sounds like the council has an appetite for hearing this, an analysis in the dais. Lance, did you have another thought on it?
No, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but we have to look at it as how it affects us. That's our decision, right? So when we're looking, and that's why I think the analysis is a good idea, because I'd like to know, I think that's what Chris is probably asking, is how does it directly affect the city of El Segundo and how we're going to be able to manage our organization going forward?
Yeah, we had consensus on that.
Yeah, I was going to say, in addition to the repeal of this tax measure, I'm not sure exactly what cost would be associated with running a special election in 2025 to rerun a measure like that after you make the legal changes. But that certainly, I think, would be a significant impact if you were to lose that revenue source that's already been voted in by voters.
All right, so nothing to this evening.
So you'd like us to bring back a little more analysis on, it'll probably be really more on the fee side of it. Because one of the things that's interesting about this is, as he pointed out, is for existence, or I mean, example, like your park and rec fees, a lot of those, they're market-based, if you will. They're not, some of them are actually lower than the cost of the service, but it's going to be difficult probably in some instances to calculate exactly the cost of providing the service, and you're going to have to be able to do that. So, well, we can drill down a little bit more so the council has a better feel about how it will impact the fee side of the equation. I think the tax side is pretty easy to
And so
define.
not only with the BT tax, would it also make those fees that we've approved since 2022 be retroactive?
Potentially.
Yeah, you would have to put it on the like I said,
And
put
so-
it on you put your fee schedule then and have it approved by voters.
So historically, we just vote, we vote amongst ourselves, but then it actually has to go to the voters.
Right.
And 2/3 vote?
Right, I mean, you're.
Of the voters, 2/3 of yourself.
I mean, currently, the fees that you have to put out through a process have been your water, your wastewater, and your solid waste that go through that protest process. This is going to be a whole different process for fees.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, and
That's
thank
all
you
right.
for coming out.
No
Appreciate
worries.
it. All right,
I'll
thanks.
come back next time, too.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, item 15, no, we're back to the public hearing. Sorry, item 12, public hearing for adoption of fiscal year 2024-2025 master fee schedule. Good segue.
I would say perfect timing. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and
You know what, I'm so sorry, Mr. Chung. Do we have members of the audience that are waiting to hear on the e-bike? One person? Okay. Do you mind?
Oh, no,
Thank you
absolutely.
so much, yeah. We're going to move up item 15, a proactive approach to e-bike safety in the community. Mr. George, who will be presenting on this?
Yes. This item will be presented by our Chief of Police, Saul Rodriguez, and his team.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. We are glad to be here to provide you with an update as to what we've been doing for some time now with e-bikes. Much before I got here, I'd like to thank my staff. We have Captain Danowitz is in the building or behind me here, and so is Captain Sanchez. I have Lieutenant McEnroe who's here. He's going to provide the presentation for you to give you an update as to what we've been doing for some time now when it comes to the three-prong approach, with the ultimate goal of creating safety for our people and people out on the street, to make sure that our juveniles are safe and understand the behavior has to be safe for the entire city. We've seen some behavior that's been concerning, because the last thing we want to do is pick up children that have been injured. We've seen some accidents that have happened. We don't want that to continue, so part of what you're going to find is some of the stuff that we've been doing for some time now. So I'd like to invite Lieutenant McEnroe to come up now.
Sir. Mayor Boyles, Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel, and council members, I just, first of all, would like to thank you guys for giving us this opportunity to speak about this very important topic. And we've all been very much a part of it within the community. My name is Corey McEnroe. I'm a lieutenant here at El Segundo, and I'm currently in charge of the Special Operations Division, also known as Traffic. And like I said, what I'd like to talk about today is about e-bikes. And specifically, I would like to go over the history and the rise of e-bikes just briefly, go over the current laws and regulations as it pertains to e-bikes, and then El Segundo Police Department's three-prong approach, which involves awareness, education, and enforcement. Then we're going to wrap up the presentation with some recommendations that we have come up with and moving forward to help mitigate unsafe e-bike riding throughout the community. So just briefly, the history of e-bikes, kind of fascinating. I had no idea, but the first e-bike patent was in 1895. So it's been around for a long time. Fast forward about 100 years, and Japan made some major strides in innovation, and they added a battery to the bike. And basically, you can see in the yellow bike there, it's very similar to the bikes that we have nowadays. They also invented pedal assist, which is used to this day on the e-bikes. And then the 21st centuries marked the e-bike boom. And there are a couple of factors that helps spur that on. The COVID pandemic, people being at home. Our actual urban environment that we live in has also contributed. It's densely populated. It's hard to get around. The bikes are much more economically friendly, environmentally friendly. And over the past few years, manufacturing costs have come down dramatically as well. And you can you can get this ordered on Amazon. It'll be here tomorrow, virtually any e-bike. And there's numerous e-bikes in town, e-bike stores in towns, and even Costco. So moving forward, this is a very busy slide, but it's very important. A lot of people, including parents, including myself, I was educated by my 13-year-old on all this stuff. This is what the government, California says, hey, this is the different types of e-bikes and the rules that govern them. And as you can see, the first three, really, they're all basically the same. The top row is a bicycle. So that's just pedal operated by human power. There's no motor, there's no throttle, no mechanical assistance. And pretty much the only regulation that you have with that is if you're 17 years or younger, you have to wear a helmet. The next in the blue row, those are the different bike paths or bikeway accesses. And just to break it down very simply, class 1 is the bike path at the beach. Class 2 would just be a bike path that runs along a roadway. That's separated with paint on the ground, and but it just runs right next to along the curb line. And a class 3 would be a roadway that when there is no bike present, cars can drive on it, but when a bike is present, the bike takes priority in that lane. An example of that would be Grand Avenue in our city. And we do not have any class 4 protected lanes, but that is just like it said, it is blocked by bollards, usually runs along a roadway. So moving on to a Type 1 e-bike. A Type 1 e-bike is the most common one you're gonna see out there. They have a maximum speed of 20 miles per hour. They are pedal operated, so pedal assist. And the only regulation you really have with that is if you're 17 years old or younger, you have to wear a helmet. That can be operated on all the bikeways. Type 2 is not pedal operated, it just has actually pegs, or you can just put your feet on the center of it. That is throttle operated, and it is also capped at 20 miles per hour. Anybody can ride this bike, any age, but you have to wear a helmet if you're 17 or under. You can use all the bike accesses. The Type 3 bike this is where it gets a little more interesting. This can have a throttle or a pedal assist. It can go up to 28 miles per hour, and you have to be at least 16 years old to operate this bike, period. Everybody, regardless of age, has to wear a helmet, and you can't use this on the bike path or whatnot.
Corey, sorry. Is that Type 3, is that Super 73, that type of thing? Does that go up to a different level? Because I can tell you right now, half the kids in town have them, and they're not 16 years old.
Yes, so no, many of those are Type 1s, but further on in the slide, one of the major hurdles law enforcement has, and I would say parents as well, is all those e-bikes are easily modified to go much faster.
Oh, they're usually going 30 plus.
Yeah, you can cut a wire. I'm not going to go into the details.
They take the governor off.
And that, Rad Runner all of a sudden is doing 35 miles per hour with just cutting one cord.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult.
Okay.
And a lot of parents don't even know that that's even possible. And unless they got on their bike that they purchased for their kid, they wouldn't know that they're doing it until we call them and say, hey, we contacted your child doing 35 on El Segundo Boulevard, which is obviously extremely concerning. So Type 3 e-bike, and yes, the younger, anybody under 16 years of age should not be driving that. They're not allowed to. It's not legal to be on the roadway unless you're over 16 years or over. And then you can see with the last column, that's a moped, and it's not pedal operated. You have to be 16 years old. You have to have a driver license, and everybody wears a helmet. And you can't use that on the bike path either. But then you can use it in the other ones, but not the protected class. Anyway, moving on, what I'd like to get into is really the bulk of the presentation, is El Segundo Police Department's three-prong approach to trying to make it safer, trying to reinforce safe e-bike riding by our community members, and really it boils down to awareness, education, and enforcement. Now we'll go into more details on each one of those. So the awareness portion, El Segundo PD, and we've been doing this actually since 2022, but I just wanted to talk about the more recent posts that we've done. We have over 21 posts since July 10th of 2023, and you can kind of see in the pictures just a collage of some things that we've done. These posts are awareness, actually letting people know what the rules of the road are. A lot of people don't realize that just because you're on a bike, you have to actually stop at stop signs. You have to stop at red lights. You have to obey the rules of road as if you were on a motorcycle or a vehicle when you're on a public roadway. So we put all that information out there, so it's very clear to them. We also are at all these community events that we have regularly, almost on a monthly basis, which is wonderful. Farmers, just for a few, for examples, Farmers Market, Hometown Fair. We were just had an e-bike booth at the Hometown Fair this weekend, which went really well. And even in concert at the park, Lieutenant Muir went up and made a great speech last year to, I mean, there was thousands of people. It was a very well-attended event, letting them know awareness about e-bikes. We've also had multiple community flyers, newspaper ads in the Herald and in the Daily Breeze. So moving on to the education part, we didn't want to just go out and start hammering the residents and the e-bike violators, writing a bunch of tickets. We wanted to have an educational campaign. So we actually did a 6-month campaign starting last summer until January 1st of 2024, where we encouraged our officers to go out there, look for e-bike violations, contact those violators, and educate them on what they did, what the proper safe tactics for driving, and depending on the egregiousness of the violation, a citation may be given, but often or not, it was just a warning and an advisement to just be more careful and more cognizant of their actions. We also partner with a company called E-Bike Sense, and this is a company, Megan's the owner, she's wonderful. She's already come out and done 2 courses with us. What she does is we get the El Segundo Middle School students, residents, to sign up for the class. We do 15 with each class. And she goes over safe e-bike riding. She goes over the law. She also examines the bike to make sure they haven't been modified. And what I think is the greatest part about it is she requires, when a juvenile attends the class, that a parent or guardian comes with them and attends the class with them, because we got to have the parents on board. That's what it boils down to. Then the parents understand, hey, this is how you recognize a modified bike and whatnot, and then they know what the rules are. We've also developed numerous educational pamphlets that we've put out to the community, both on social media and physically handing them out in our booths, going over the e-bike regulations and whatnot. And then we fast forward to enforcement. Obviously, you can educate, make everybody aware of everything as much, but you need to also have some type of enforcement component, or it's just not going to work out in my experience. So since January 1st of 2024, we have been directing our officers to go out there and actually enforce e-bike violations. It doesn't mean that everybody gets a citation, but depending on the egregiousness of the violation, then that's going to happen more often than not. We've had 4 e-bike saturation patrols put on through our patrol division. We've also had 2 e-bike OTS grant-funded saturation patrol deployments. Now, the good thing about that is the OTS grant that we were awarded last year, that overtime that the officers are working is refunded by the state. So, and they're out there to specifically look for e-bikes when it's on that deployment. They also do other types, like the month of May is actually Bicycle Awareness Month for OTS. So that's why we're focusing so much on it right now as well. And then I just gave you an example just so you can kind of get a sense of what we've been doing. So since January, and I got this, I think this is through April, mid-April, April 15th, I believe. We've issued 27 warnings to 13 citations. And so we're contacting a lot of residents out there. And I think it's working well. But even with all of that we've done, this is a very concerning slide. It's concerning because what this is total collisions involving bicycles. And in 2022, you can see there was 8. 7 of those 8 were injuries. 2023, that jumps to 15. 14 of those 15 were injury. And what we've noticed, because e-bikes on average 75 to 100 pounds per bike, they can go a lot faster, that the injuries are much more severe. And we've had multiple juveniles that have been transferred to Harbor General with serious injuries, very serious. So 2024, we're already at 8, changed that to 9 after I already submitted we had another one on Friday with a juvenile riding an e-bike, and the juvenile was injured. Luckily, it was not very severe injuries, but I mean, I don't like relying on luck, and I know you all don't either. So if you project that out, we're looking at, with the 9, potentially 27 to 30 traffic collisions that we're looking at for 2024. Total calls for service, you can see that jumping up. It doesn't seem like a lot, but I can tell you I went through every single call. I mean, obviously they're doubling. We're on par to be 30 plus for 2024. Virtually every single call for service involves juvenile offenders. Riding recklessly, community members, like the one in the audience today, complaining about juvenile e-bike riders riding recklessly throughout our residents, making them scared to even walk on sidewalks, walk in the parks, and whatnot. So moving on, just some law enforcement challenges. I kind of touched on this, so I'll just briefly go over this. You might recognize at least those first 2 bikes on there, the Sur-Ron and the Teleria. Those are actually not even e-bikes. Those bikes are illegal to be on any public roadway, period. But we've all seen them on our public roadways. Our officers have been out there contacting them, citing them, contacting the parents, having the parents respond and take the bike, let them know. But that's our challenge. And then what I spoke about earlier, modified e-bikes is a huge challenge, because you can't even tell they're modified unless the officer's actually pacing the vehicle, pacing the e-bike, and it's doing 35, 45 miles an hour, and you know an e-bike should not be going that fast, and then conduct a traffic stop and you find out, oh yeah, it's modified, and the parents have no idea. It can be tweaked still, but this is what we're leaning towards. We're gonna start a diversion program, and this is where first-time offenders, adults and juveniles, depending on the egregiousness, and it's at the option of the officer's discretion, but rather than when they get the citation, the department, we can hold on to that citation, and if they attend the e-bike course and get the certification, we don't turn that citation into the courts, the citation gets dismissed. So it's a way to turn a potential negative contact, especially with a juvenile, into a positive contact. We get the parents involved, they're going to the course, and everybody, because really that's the main goal, is to make things safer. It's not just to write a bunch of tickets. The second part that we're looking at doing is partnering with our local schools. What we noticed is a lot of the calls for service, a lot of the complaints are middle school age related and even into the high school. So I had our SROs go out and meet with the middle school and both high schools, specifically El Segundo High School and Da Vinci High School, and they both agreed to require any student that wants to secure their bike on campus, not allowed to ride e-bikes on any of the campuses, but to actually lock it up on there, that they have to have the bike registered with the school. In order to have the bike registered, they have to attend the e-bike course so they at least understand safe driving. And I think that will help. But we get to the last PowerPoint. None of what I've talked about today is gonna matter unless we have the parents on board. They have to understand that they're giving their child a vehicle. They have to give them some lessons, give them some training, put them in a course, and support that, and also stay on top of that bike. Make sure that their son or daughter hasn't modified it. Let them know how potentially dangerous these vehicles are. I all but guarantee none of these parents would be giving their kids motorcycles at 13, 12 years old. I guarantee it. But some of these e-bikes, when they're modified, even not 20, 28 miles an hour, but you modify to 30, 40, 50 miles an hour, you can see that it could be catastrophic. So what I'd like to do now is just open it up to any questions that you all would have for Chief Rodriguez or myself regarding the presentation or anything about e-bikes.
That was a great presentation, Lieutenant. Thank you. Colleagues?
I really liked your recommendations, especially the one about if you want to get rid of this citation, you're coming down and spending 4 hours. Do you think we should include the parents in that mandatory 4-hour training? I mean, that's the hook we want to get in there, is the parent involvement where they know the rules of the road, right? As opposed to just having your kid go down and maybe the kid listens or not. Make the parents spend 4 hours with them.
Yes, definitely, because if that's part of juvenile court, is they attend the court with them, this will be the way for them to get on board with what we're trying to address, which is to modify the behavior. And as long as Lieutenant McEnroe mentioned, the biggest issue is getting parents on board.
Yeah.
To making sure they're aware of the dangers that can happen should their child get into an accident. That's what we're trying to avoid here, is the safety of our community. So yes, we would agree with that.
In that citation, my neighbor's son got a ticket, and it cost $198 for not having a helmet, being under 16. They were able to go to court and appeal for a lesser amount. It got written down to 50, but still, it's a substantial citation, and I think that having this safety class to get out of it not only educates the parents, it allows us to be a little bit more proactive as far as educating and not just punishing. So great recommendations, thank you.
And that comes at no cost, correct?
Correct.
Correct, no cost to attend the class.
Great.
And then I like also the program about registering your bikes. Years ago, we had to register bikes. That was the rule, and we just kind of disbanded it. I just want to make sure when we do something like that, we don't make it cost prohibitive, because we want to encourage people to register their bikes. And maybe at that time we could offer some type of, these bikes get stolen. If there's some type of, etching or something that to put on the bikes to be part of the registration process, but I do like the registration process as well as the
Well, it's definitely great to have the school district on board with us.
Yeah.
Part of that, again, is the carrying it home and the messaging at the schools that will go to the parents as well, so that they know the only way they're going to get the bike onto the campus is to go to the course. I believe it's going to be a sticker on the bike that'll be identifiable to staff, so they know that bike and they went through the course and they can be on campus.
So, great recommendations. Getting the school district involved is important because of the fact that's the easiest way to get to know who's doing what and what bikes are registered, et cetera. So one of the only issues, though, is that school's about ready to get out. Okay, so you're probably not going to be able to ramp this up until probably August, September right? So that's going to be an issue. So I think we probably have to take some steps to address some things before that. And one of the things I would want to look at is, especially as summer's about ready to hit, potentially a curfew for e-bikes on underage kids. So 9 o'clock at night, I bet your parents probably wouldn't even mind this. Okay, but first of all, most of these bikes don't have lights, don't have reflectors, don't have anything. So I think with lights on these bikes, it should be adult all the way up and down. I mean, in the end, you got to have something on there. But I think for the younger kids especially, there's no reason to be riding around town at 11 o'clock at night on an e-bike with no lights on it. So if we are able to do that, does that start to help things out a little bit, start to set a precedent?
We can definitely explore that, but again, you're still dealing with us enforcing curfew. We can still continue to enforce them not having lights, riding safely, because they have to have the lights on even if they're out at night, so we still have some enforcement efforts there. But I do agree, we can explore the possibility of curfews, as far as that being another avenue to try to prevent them from being allowed out there, and informing the community and parents to know that this is just another step.
3-month pilot program. We love pilot programs up here, right? So this is a perfect one. We're going to do a pilot program until school starts, and then we can ramp the second piece up. But I just don't think, I'm not saying that you're not doing anything between now and then, but I just think that we're going to have to address this. This is becoming a bigger issue. I know we only have one person in here tonight, but judging from the amount of emails and phone calls and text messages and everything we all get, it's become a bigger problem. And you know, the other thing is it's a small amount of kids causing the biggest part of the problem, but that's the way things are in life. It's 10% of the people are causing 90% of the problems. I get that. But in the end, I think we've been kind of waiting for either LA County or the state of California to do something as far as put a policy in place, and we'd follow along with that, but it doesn't seem to be forthcoming. So I appreciate what you're doing. I just think that we probably need to take a little bit more of a proactive step and maybe trying something out like a curfew and just get it out there. Say, listen, at 9 o'clock at night, If you don't have a driver's license, you're not 16 years old, you don't have lights on your bike, gotta be out the street. And see how that goes. But we need to start doing something, because I have a feeling this summer, that number that you showed up there, that's already a year-to-date number, that year-to-date number is going to jump drastically this summer, because the amount of e-bikes that are in this town now versus 12 months ago is unbelievable. So anyway, that's just a suggestion I'd have.
No, of course, and we can definitely ramp up the amount of awareness going out, social media campaign, as long as our city partners too as well, to make sure that we increase the amount of information being out there, and also continuing to do more of the warnings and eventually leading to the enforcement. Enforcement is our last option, as
Gotcha.
Lieutenant McEnroe has mentioned. It's just when we get to somebody that's riding so unsafely, the officer may not have an option just to maybe, again, show that we cannot support this kind of behavior.
I think one other thing that we need to look at is rec park in general. And I know we talk about, we always say there's no bikes allowed in the park. We always say that. Now, then there's arguments, well, the kids take them and then they go and they play, and where are they going to put their bikes? Look, I know down in Manhattan Beach by the pier, you actually have to walk your bike past that thing because there's so many people there. Can we put something in place that, okay, you can walk your bike through the park or walk your bike to a place to put it, but there's absolutely zero tolerance policy on riding them in the park, because that's just gotten to be a point right now. Anybody that's in there, and again, I hate to be the curmudgeon on this, but I've seen this with my own eyes. It gets crazy just trying to walk to play tennis or pickleball, and it becomes a problem. Yeah. So is there a way to do that? Plus driving, if you're driving in that parking lot, especially by the Little League field, the chances of you potentially clipping somebody go up exponentially. So
We agree 100%, and currently it is unlawful to ride your e-bike anywhere in the park, including the parking lots. We have signs at every single entrance. We put them down at night because we've had problems with them getting vandalized or whatnot by e-bike riders. But currently that's already unlawful, and I've directed my motors to do special enforcement in the parks because it has been such a complaint from Ali's team with regards to the bikes. So if they're walking the bike, that's fine to traverse, that's okay. But the minute they sit in the saddle of the bike, then they have committed the violation. It's a municipal code violation.
I was talking to Principal Gephardt today. I think they actually had to put extra bike racks at the high school because it was just so, the amount that was in there. So is that something we have to look at? Say, okay, look, walk your bike in the park, but here's the bike rack right here. You got to place it there. You can't take it through. I just think that we're probably going to take another step on that. And if it has to do with us purchasing some bike racks, then let's just do what we have to do.
Yeah, we'll look into that for sure.
Okay,
Definitely,
thank you.
to make it more accommodating for our community, definitely.
Yeah, we talked about that before, about adding some bike racks, like taking over a parking space at least, or somewhere in the park, in a couple places in the park. By the teen center, we don't really have enough bike racks where people lock up the bikes. Because they're expensive, so they don't want to leave them out. Maybe a lighted area that's so.
Oh, and then a curfew for the bikes, not the kids. That's up to the parents.
I think that's a good sort of design-based solution. The idea if you bring in bike racks with some amenities as we redo the park, so there's a reason to do something nicely. We benefit from having an insular community, and we want the kids to hang out here, and we want them to be comfortable around you. We don't want the minute some motor rolls around there to have some kid yell cops and they all scatter. God forbid we ever 13-year-olds doing that. I would ask, what sort of uptake do you get from the parents if we've had 27 warnings, and in those warnings we're calling the parents or making an effort to reach a guardian? Is that generally successful?
Yes, I would say 90+% of the time, the officer is able to get in contact with the parent or guardian, and they're generally very receptive, appreciating us calling them. And even if they get a citation, well, they appreciate it because they're able to ask, hey, what do I do now? How do I go to court? How's this work? And the officer can explain everything. But that seems to be working well.
And are we logging those contacts? Do we have frequent flyers? Is it the same kids every time, or is it a 50 different kids that we've contacted?
Obviously we have some frequent flyers, like the council member was saying. There's a certain percentage that seems to reoffend. It's a small community, and we're a smaller department, so the officers are going to remember when they contact somebody. So if they give that person a warning and they contact them again for committing another violation, it's pretty high likelihood that they're going to receive a citation for that.
Yeah, I think one of the advantages we have is the cudgel of social pressure by being a somewhat insular community. So I think that those things are parents are an important element. And if you get a group of kids and you'll get a hold of one kid's parents, that parent is going to talk to the other parents, who will talk to other parents, who will talk to other parents. And so then when I'm yelling at their kids in the park, they'll know why. But I think that to that point, it's a difficult job that we're giving to your officers in the field, right? That we're asking them to do some sort of middle ground between parenting and policing, which is not easy. But I like that we're trying to make contact with parents. I like that we're trying to work through the school. Those are things, 13 is always going to be 13. And if it was fun, we'd all teach junior high school, but none of us do because it sucks. So, so anything that we can do, if there's allocations or apportionments for sort of design-based solutions and things like that, I think we would be open to it. But I would ask, I guess, just be mindful that we're trying to get compliance and not trying to scare kids into leaving town.
Yeah, that's the last thing we want. We don't want our community, especially our children, to be afraid of the police, right? That's the last thing we want. We're part of the community. We want them to feel safe, to know that if we're contacting them, it's for their well-being. Ultimately, that's what we're trying to do. And we're hopeful that through this diversion program, that's the next step to try to get that layer there when we involve the parents, involve the children, so that they understand that safety is a priority for us. That's ultimately what we want, is just them to be safe.
I have one question. So if you find a bike that's modified, do they have to bring it back to you to show that they fixed the modification? Like, how does that, okay, so you find a bike that's, a cord's been cut. What's the recourse? Can we require them to unmodify it?
So legally,
becomes illegal at that point?
No, we can't. So, but what we do is we contact the parent. We have the parent respond. We don't allow that child to, the juvenile, if it is a juvenile, which often or not, that's who we're interacting with. They come and pick up the bike, and we explain to the parent, hey, this is what happened, this is what is modified, and usually the parent will have no idea, and then they'll take it to their bike shop that they purchased it from and have it fixed to where it is, and or maybe they take it away, but that's where the parenting needs to be on board. We can't, it's not like, say you get a ticket for having a headlight out and it's a fix-it citation, and you show that, hey, I fixed my headlight, so we just dismiss it. It doesn't work like that for bicycles, unfortunately.
Thank you very much. Yeah, maybe we can get another, midsummer, late summer, be good to have an update, given all these changes. All right.
Definitely.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we're on to item 12, public hearing for adoption. This is a time and place hereto fixed for a public hearing regarding the proposed fee adjustments and adoption of new fees for the city's master fee schedule fiscal year 2024-2025. City Clerk, was proper notice of this hearing given in a timely manner?
Yes, it was.
Has any written communication been received regarding the public hearing?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Public hearing is now open. And I see Mr. Chung.
Yes, Mr. Paul Chung, our CFO, will give that presentation.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I do not have a 4-hour presentation for you tonight, so it's good news. Just slightly right before the meeting, we did provide 2 updates to 2 appendixes, Schedule A1, which is pages 581 through 583, and Schedule A2, pages 584 through 587. As I was laser focused on the budget, as I was reviewing this, we noticed that we didn't have the proposed column included in these exhibits, as the print area didn't capture that, so we apologize. We did include that. We also provided copies in the back as well, and it's uploaded onto our website as well. Regards to the presentation, the fiscal year 24-25 proposed master fee schedule before you has been updated to include the annual CPI per the fee resolution. The recommended adjustment for next year is 3.48%. This is based on the annual CPI-U as of December 2023. This increase is to align the fees to recover costs for city services. The last fee study was conducted back in February of 21-22, and the city has been annually increasing these fees by CPI. The next fee study will be conducted in fiscal year 26-27. It's best practice for cities to conduct a fee study every 5 years, and that is the current plan, to do a fee study then. At that time, we will evaluate all fees. We'll also look at the cost recovery rates and the structure of the fee as well, and potentially add and delete fees accordingly. The only fees that are not going up by CPI, the CPI rate, are the rec park and library fees tonight, as those fees were, this time last year, was pulled out of the fee resolution and came back to council back in December of 2023. And so we incorporated those fees. And so those aren't going up by CPI for July 1st. And lastly, the fee study, it's been a long night. Master fee schedule is also, we're merging two different resolutions, the master fee schedule with the developer impact fee. We're merging those together into one resolution, and that's Appendix F on the attachment. This is to just consolidate those two resolutions into one. And the updated DIF, or developer impact fees, were phased in starting in September 1st, 2022 at 50%, increased to 75% on September 1st, 23, and increasing to 100% plus a CPI for next year. If the city's master fee schedule is approved per staff's recommendation, the additional revenue for fiscal year 24-25 will be approximately $300,000, and that will offset the increase in cost for city services. With that, that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to public input, and then if we need you for questions, we'll do so. Public hearing is now open for public input. Is there anyone, any comments?
I don't have any cards.
Anyone here that would like to address this topic? No. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Pimentel so moved.
Great. Do I have a second?
Baldino seconds.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I think that's 5-0, right? Okay. Council discussion.
We did a lot of legwork on this in the last few years, and this is actually was predictable. It was nice. Like the ones I wanted deleted finally went away. No Western show. Circus is gone. We've actually have fewer fees. Who knew? Leaner. But no, I thought it was super predictable. It was exactly what we thought it would be. It's all going to plan. So I mean, this is the easiest one for look at. I have nothing to add.
Thank you, sir. I agree. Any other comments?
Yeah, I just wanted, as we go through the fees, it would be great if we could find out how many times we're issuing these fees, like especially on permit fees or permits, because one of the things I feel is happening is, the prices are going up, and sometimes people, as they go up higher, some people just may ignore that they need to get them, or they don't know that they should be getting them. So it would be nice, because that's the conversation we had a couple years back, was about the amplified sound. There was 4 amplified sound pulled in a year, and I was 2 of them. So I know, and I think, Chris, you were one of the third. So there's one other person in town that had amplified sound. So I feel if we had more people pulling the permits, we wouldn't have to charge as much, because Chris and I were carrying the whole cost of amplified sound for that year. And I know there's been more instance of amplified sound in this year. So I'm just concerned, we keep raising the fee because of the CPI, and it's kind of out of sight, out of mind a little bit into the detail, and I really want to understand if we just put the number of instances we've either pulled a permit or those fees have been collected, so we can say, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense, and then we need to do a better job of doing outreach or monitoring or code enforcement, whatever it is. But I just, this is only one component of it. It's the implementation and execution of it is another component, and I just feel that either there's money left on the table or our fees could come down if more people were sharing in the cost.
I think the benefit is that as I mentioned, we will be conducting a fee study, and that's when we do the comprehensive meeting. We look at the quantity, we look at the hours, and reevaluate the fee. And at that time, sometimes the fees do go up, but at times fees do go down because of the quantity.
But we've
level
never
and the
seen
hours.
that. I've been on here for 8 years, and I've never seen the number of instances. We've had to ask
Okay.
for the information, but if there's another column that says, this is in 2024, these are the number of instances we've collected this fee. And if it's less than 10, I think we need to reevaluate it.
But isn't the cost on the actual cost of that one permit, right?
Yes.
It doesn't matter if one permit's pulled or 20 permits are pulled, the cost is what it costs the city to do it, so.
I understand that, but then maybe we should reevaluate. If only one, like really, I would like to know last year how many amplified sound permits were pulled. I can tell you I pulled 3. So I just feel that there's some fees on here still from a cleanup perspective we need to understand. And we need to educate people on what they should be pulling permits on, because if you don't know, you don't know.
What I could recommend is, moving forward, I can add a column and provide the quantity of the issuances. That could be a manual work, that could take quite a bit of time, because even though we did delete some fees, there are quite a bit of fees. And to add those quantity
But don't
numbers-
you have a classification in your system? Like, so when a fee comes in, don't you have a classification? Like,
I
are these all
believe
these fees?
Not all, because some of the permit fees that are issued on the community development side, I'm sure that would be easy, but I believe that some other fees, the quantity will probably be more manual than just a click of a button, 2 buttons, and boom, you have those quantities. So what I can do is I can work with my staff and see what we can do, and then moving forward, we could provide that quantity number for you so that you can see how many issuances we've done for these various fees.
Yeah,
We do that. Yeah.
The public animal appeal fee, I don't think was used heavily, but clean $7,000 on that one.
Okay. Are we ready to close council discussion? Okay. City Attorney, would you please read the resolution by title only?
Yes, I'm sorry, give me one moment. A resolution of the City of El Segundo establishing a schedule of fees and charges for recovering costs incurred from providing various city services is ready for adoption.
Who would like to move approval?
So moved.
Thank you. Then Drew, give a second.
Pimentel, second.
Great. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 5-0. Thank you very much. All right, next up, another public hearing. This is the time and place here to fix for a public hearing regarding waiving the second reading and adopting an ordinance for the 2022 edition of California Fire Code with certain appendices and amendments. City Clerk, was proper notice of this hearing given in a timely manner?
Yes.
Thank you. Has any written communication been received regarding this?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Public hearing is now open. I assume Chief Avery is going to
Yes,
present.
Fire Chief Avery will make this presentation.
Mayor and council, just briefly, there are certain codes, the building fire codes being one of them, where it's done backwards, where the first reading is done, and then there's no public hearing until the second reading, and you do the public hearing and adoption. Can't tell you why, other than it's just the way it is. So this would be tonight, the second reading and potential adoption, and the public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. As the City Attorney said, this is the second hearing, and as I presented before, I'm going to reiterate, these are not new codes. So this is a triennial or every 3-year process, and one was done in 2022 and one in 2019. So obviously every jurisdiction is different, and specifically for the City of El Segundo, the previous administration before I got here looked at the codes that applied to the City of El Segundo to make it safer. And these amendments are not effective until this leadership body allows us to adopt them through the state. So as I stated, these are not new, and the revisions are to ensure we can continue to use the appendices and the sections as we see fit. So I will read the appendices individually for the public's purpose. Appendix B, we use Appendix B to calculate a needed water flow from a fire hydrant to extinguish a fire in a building. Appendix C, we use Appendix C to determine acceptable distances between fire hydrants. For example, in a residential area, it's 500 feet if its GPM is 1,750 GPM. Appendix O provides code and requirements for haunted houses, ghost walks, and similar amusement uses. They're not found in our base code when we encounter those. This is important to us. The state did not adopt this, but we adopt this locally in every jurisdiction I've worked at. This allows for any new construction that is a project that comes before us to state that we need a certain width for our fire apparatus to gain access to the rear of the property or around the property. So this gives us the ability to exercise that right when it does come about. And the section code 510.3 has to do with an emergency responder communication. When a development or a TI is being built, that it just ensures that first responders, police and fire, can communicate within those buildings. And from my perspective, having a study done by the prospective tenant so that we don't have to necessarily enforce, but they provide a study that it's not needed, absolutely qualifies. And we'll also work with those businesses to ensure that we're doing the right thing every time. This has 808.5 has to do with new play structures in existing buildings. No different than in a fast food restaurant that has play structures, that we can at least look at the materials, that they're not flammable, it's safe for the kids to play there. Section 1103.2. This also has to do with emergency responder communication, that this is really a rare situation where if a TI is done or something occurs with the building itself, that it degrades our ability to communicate within the building. I've never seen it within I won't mention how many years I've been in the fire service, but many. So our conclusion is that we're requesting the City Council to approve of the 2022 California Fire Code adoption with the additional appendices and sections. Mayor.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
All right, public hearing is now open for public input. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone that would like to address this subject? Anyone in the audience? No. Okay, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Baldino so moves.
Thank you. Second. Drew, great. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Council.
Thank you.
Going once, going twice. Okay. City Attorney, would you please read the ordinance by title only?
Mayor and council, an ordinance adopting the 2022 edition of Part 9 of Title 24 of California Code of Regulations, Fire Code, with certain additional appendices and amendments, is ready for adoption.
Would someone like to move approval to adopt this ordinance?
Sure, Baldino so moves.
Thank you.
Pimentel, second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, I believe that concludes public hearings for the evening. We are on to item 16.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
item 16 deals with possible pay raises for lifeguards. As my son is a lifeguard, I will be recusing myself from this item.
Thank you, Councilmember Baldino. Item 16, adoption of revised classification specifications for lifeguard, swim instructor, and senior lifeguard, and accompanying resolution to establish basic salary ranges. Our Director of HR, Rebecca Reddick.
Thank you, Mayor Boyles, Council. This item tonight is, has multi-parts to it. The aquatics classifications, the part-time unrepresented aquatics classifications in our RPL department, The salary ranges for those were last reviewed in December of 2020, with salary ranges to be effective in January of 2021, with the exception of our lifeguard trainee classification, which was established in 2022. As you know, there are many challenges in hiring lifeguards these days. Our pool hours, our staff hours are from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. So many of the people that are hired to be lifeguards are high school students. It is difficult to find people to fill the schedule to work during the daytime hours and the later evening hours. We also, with the lifeguard shortage, we have competing interests where the new minimum wage for some part-time workers has been established at $20 per hour. So some candidates are choosing to take employment elsewhere due to the higher wage. And then on top of that, our lifeguard classification, which after lifeguard trainee is the entry level to the series, the first two steps of that salary range have been eroded with the increases that have occurred in minimum wage over the last few years. So we can't even use the first step or the second step to hire someone into the lifeguard classification because it's paid below minimum wage. So I reviewed all of the classification specifications, made significant updates, which are included in the report with red lines and clean copies. I made up presentations to the Aquatics Subcommittee. I worked with the staff at the Wiseburn Aquatic Center to come up with recommendations on how we can improve our hiring and find people to be able to work the schedules that we need them to work. And with that would be an increase to the wages for all of the positions. Our lifeguard trainee position, the last time it was brought before council, minimum wage was $15.50, so increasing that to $16. Our lifeguard trainee program is one where candidates are hired, they are paid minimum wage for the 21 hours of training, and then they may be appointed to a lifeguard position. So essentially, it's a grow your own program. The lifeguard entry-level position, I did a salary survey of our surrounding agencies. The median salary for lifeguard is $20.58. LA County has a lifeguard training program. They are actually placing people at $23.57 or 58 cents as an entry level. But I'm recommending $21 to set just above the median for a lifeguard classification, compressing all three of the classifications from a salary range with steps to just one rate. And then we would review that periodically. We would review that every February and find out if we're still competitive and bring it to council if we need to increase it. So if we set the lifeguard entry-level trainee at minimum wage, we set the lifeguard at $21, just above the median of our salary surveys, and then a 10% differential between the swim instructor and then the senior lifeguard. For those candidates who are interested in progressing in the range, 10% should be enough incentive for them to take on the additional duties. The last piece of this item is that the, excuse me, the last piece of this item is that the part-time recreation specialist is a classification that's used in the department, which is for different assignments. However, we have two recreation specialists in aquatics who are used as lifeguards, and they also perform higher level administrative duties. They also assist with scheduling. So within this, I propose to take those two recreation specialists for aquatics, reclassify them to senior lifeguard. There is a fiscal impact in total of it's $204,000, and that is only if we are able to fill all of the budgeted hours that we have for the lifeguard classifications.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for Mrs. Reddick? All right, we have two items before us. One is to adopt the revised classification specifications for lifeguard, swim instructor, and senior lifeguard positions. This requires a vote, a motion by one of my colleagues to approve.
I'll move approval. Pimentel.
Thank you, Pimentel. Mayor Pro Tem. Second. And Drew with the second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 4-0. Next one requires a resolution. City Attorney, would you please read the resolution?
Mayor and council, a resolution establishing basic hourly salary range for various part-time job classifications is ready for adoption.
All right, do we have a motion to adopt the resolution?
First act, so moved.
Great, a second.
Pimentel, second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 4-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Item 17, changes to city job classifications, including the establishment of a code compliance inspector classification, part-time, and accompanying basic hourly salary range and revisions of the geographic information system analyst classification specifications. Mrs. Reddick, again, please.
Thank you. In the prior fiscal year, the City Council approved 1.0 FTE of part-time code compliance inspectors. With that 1.0 of the FTE, that means we can hire as many part-timers that will equate to what a full-time hours would work. With this particular classification, the full-time classification is represented by the City Employees Association. So the Community Development Director and I met with the Executive Board of the CEA on the impacts of adding this position to their bargaining unit. They did agree with that. As per usual, we did do an update of the classification specification in anticipation of doing a recruitment. The salary for this is an hourly rate. It's the same exact rate as the full-time position. A resolution is required for CalPERS purposes to establish it on the publicly available salary schedule. The second half of this item is the GIS analyst. The GIS analyst is a position that's represented by the Supervisory and Professional Employees Association. The IT director and I updated the job description. This particular position has not been filled by a full-time position, by a full-time person for quite some time. The job description includes standard updates that we have been making. However, in order to improve efficiencies, sometimes there will be downtime from the GIS analysts where they won't have enough tickets to work on for GIS. So we added 2 duty statements in the job description where if, they have completed GIS work, that they can assist other employees on the help desk. So they would perform other functions if they were out of GIS work to do. So that's just a clean and a red line with that, and the association did agree on those changes.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Reddick, any questions from the council? All right, we have quite a few items before us. One is to approve establishment of the code compliance inspector. Who would like to move approval?
First act, so moved.
Pimentel, second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 5-0. Another is to approve the revised code compliance inspector classification specification. I'll move approval. Do we have a second?
First act, second.
Great. All those in favor?
Aye.
Third, adopt a resolution establishing the basic hourly salary range for the code compliance inspector. The attorney will read the resolution and the council will vote on it.
A resolution establishing a basic salary range for part-time job classification is ready for adoption.
Thank you. I'll move approval. Do we have a second?
First act, second.
Great. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Approve the revised geographic information system analyst classification specification. I'll move approval. Do we have a second?
Pimentel, second.
Great. I think it was Giroux beat you slightly.
He used his name, give him to him.
Okay. Yeah, Pimentel, George.
I was setting it up to vote no, but.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 5-0. Thank you.
Thank
Very
you.
much. Oh, you're up. Yeah, you're not done, sorry.
Last one.
Item 18, adoption of a side letter agreement between the City of El Segundo and the El Segundo Firefighters Association, changing hiring practices and hiring new employees at the fire paramedic rank as the entry-level position in the fire department, and accompanying revisions to the fire paramedic classification, specification, and examination plan. Mrs. Reddick.
As we were preparing the job flyer to open the fire paramedic on a closed promotional basis, reviewing the job description and the qualifications, it became apparent that the job description as written was used for two purposes. One was to promote people from the inside to the rank of medic, and the other was to test people to see if perhaps we would be sending them to medic school. So we went through the job description, we made some cleanup, especially to the minimum qualifications where it requires that you have to have your medic license now, today, to apply for the medic position. But with that, the association wanted to meet and discuss the changes and learn more and understand them. So the fire chief and I met with the association, and as we were discussing these, we talked about hiring fire paramedics for the future of the department. Because typically the practice has been a closed promotional recruitment. And so because we were updating the job spec, we wanted to look forward to the future if we were to open it to the outside. And so those discussions were very productive, collaborative. They resulted in a side letter agreement, which you have in your packet with the staff report. So what we are proposing and what the association has agreed to is that to make the changes to update the fire paramedic job description where the requirements are you have to have your medic license today, and if you don't have the fire academy, which is required, that you would be able to have that within 6 months. So with that, the association has agreed to discontinue the practice of hiring just firefighters for the future and hiring fire paramedics instead so that they can perform dual roles. And with that, we would, if someone didn't have the fire academy, we would send them to school, which is a much less time-consuming and much less expensive process. But within the side letter, we do have language that the city has the option if that's not working right now, because there is a pretty high competition to get medics at this point in time, that we could relook at it in the future. So it's to approve a side letter and to approve a revised fire paramedic job description.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Mrs. Reddick? I would just ask, and I think we touched on this earlier, but if we decide this process is not getting us candidates because it is hard to do,
yes,
and agencies have tried this and not succeeded with it, do we have to meet and confer to revert to hiring firefighters?
We do have language in the side letter that indicates that it's the city no longer intends to hire at the rank of firefighter, but retains the right to modify this decision if needed in the future, subject to meet and confer on the impacts of the decision. So we make the decision, but we would consult with the association on the impacts of reversing our decision.
Presumably those impacts would be around the pay rate of who we'd be hiring.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Because if we go back to hiring firefighters who are lower cost than paramedics, that would probably be one of the impacts that they would want to meet and confer on, what our pay rate would be at that.
Firefighter rank.
At the
Yes.
firefighter rank.
Yes, you're correct, yes.
I mean, I like the concept, I just have a healthy skepticism that we'll be able to pull this off.
It will be a challenge because there are a lot of agencies hiring for medic right now. The pay is pretty competitive. There's a lot of additional pays that are offered to attract medics to the positions. I mean, the fire service is experiencing increased medical calls, so medics is what is needed right now.
And we're short for firefighters now at the firefighter rank. If 6 months from now, we are still gapping those positions because we're trying to hire at the paramedic level, is that the point at which we look to revert?
We can, if I can make a correction, we actually have 2 fire paramedic vacancies and we have 2 firefighter vacancies. We have one person who's about ready to be qualified for medic. We intend to run a recruitment for promotional. So if that person is placed into the medic rank, he would vacate a firefighter, which means we would have three firefighter vacancies, and we would be converting those 3 firefighter vacancies to fire paramedic.
And my concern is if we have difficulty hiring for those spots at that paramedic point, and we say, look, we really need people on the rigs, are we able to revert back to firefighter without conferring and creating a new pay rate?
We would revert to the existing firefighter pay rate. If we wanted to go back and hire firefighters, we would have to meet and confer with the association on the impact of going back to hiring firefighters instead of moving to hiring fire and paramedics.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. All right, so we can take both of these. We can, if there are no more questions or comments, we can adopt the side letter agreement and adopt the revised classification, specification, and examination plan for the fire paramedic with one fell swoop. Would someone like to move approval?
So moved.
Great, Drew with the first.
Baldino seconds.
Great, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, it's a long night. Thank you, staff, and also the public for hanging in there, especially on the e-bikes, that last one. Council comment, we're gonna go to actually report city clerk, sorry.
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Happy City Clerk Week. City Treasurer's not here. Councilmember Baldino.
Yeah, I'd like to wish a happy birthday to Vinnie Baldino, who turned 17 today. So there you go, 17.
Nice, happy birthday, Vinny. Councilmember Giroux.
Just real quick, got 2 more high school teams in CIF coming up. Congratulations to them so far, and good luck.
Thank you. Councilmember Perstuck.
Just want to give a shout out to the Parks and Recs team for running the hometown fair. It was a lovely event. You know, I was able to help judge the bake-off, which none of you all showed up. I was the only one that showed up. Yeah, I know. No, but so it was fun. And thank you to all the people who submitted baked goods. It was a fun event, a nice day out. And just let everyone know that they had galas this Friday. If you haven't got your tickets, you still can get them online. It's going to be a great event. We have a band and 31 restaurants and wineries and beer. Pardon? And a sound permit. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Nothing, you're Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, feel better. All right, yeah, congrats to boys lacrosse. Got a big game tomorrow, semifinals. Boys baseball, right, is Thursday. They won. Girls lacrosse had a great first game. I was there for that. They got eliminated, but they played great. It's amazing. I think Lance commented on how many teams made it to CIF this year. It's unreal.
12 out of 14.
Amazing. Yeah, go Eagles. City Attorney.
Nothing this evening, thank you.
City Manager.
Yes, Mayor, hopefully you're okay. I have a quick update on Hyperion matters. You may have had some emails, but actually, first of all, I look out in the audience and I see my executive team all here. I want to thank them for staying 4 or 5 hours tonight and last night. Thank you. It's good to see you guys.
And remember who sets the agenda. Just kidding.
Believe me, we all have it. This morning we spent 2 hours on the agenda and at the upcoming agendas. And anyway, just real quick on Hyperion. Last time I shared with you that we would be that they're crafting a new job description for a division manager that will run Hyperion and all, kind of more of a technical person. Actually, today I finally got the word from Ryan Jackson, Mayor Bass's public works guy. They've retained a recruiting company. Finally, they took a long time, and that I will be part of the and the city will be one of 4 people to finalize the job description and sit on the interview panel. So the city, along with a representative from the NRDC, someone from the LA Waterkeeper office, and someone from Heal the Bay. So those are the other 3 folks that'll be on the panel, along with the city of El Segundo. So it's moving along, and now we're getting close to sending out the job description and the notice to begin recruiting candidates.
And then real quick on Hyperion, have they sent the communication process flow over to you?
Have not.
Can you please bug them
Yes.
about that, please? It's my 10th time asking.
I know. AQMD has issued 3 more notices of violation for odor impacts on April 22nd, 24th, and 26th. So that may have been a cause for some emails and messages to be sent out. AQMD is currently investigating also why Hyperion's fence line air monitoring system was shut down for a few hours on the 26th. So again, more malfunctions. And then also, they're reviewing what actually caused the digester leak between April 15th and the 16th. Hyperion's telling us that the leak was the result of equipment component failure, which again was due to lack of maintenance. So we're still getting reports like that. And then finally, Hyperion reports that it will perform maintenance activities that will require a temporary shutdown of the odor scrubbers. Actually, today, they shut those down for 1 hour, and then tomorrow for an additional hour. The work is expected to have potential odor impacts. Precautions will be taken to minimize inconvenience and impacts and, during this maintenance period. And then also, they continue recovery activities at the plant through the end of this month, and cleaning of primary D battery tanks will continue through June 6th. So lots still going on over Hyperion, and I'll continue to make these updates at every council meeting, and we continue to put all this information on our website.
Daryl, you know what happened the last few days? It's just upticked again in odor.
Just the last few days?
Yeah.
Elias, have you heard anything?
So I contacted both AQMD and Hyperion told me there was nothing going on. AQMD folks, they told me that, frankly, their Hyperion operators are getting more relaxed. They don't shut the door. They don't really, try to do a good management practice. And those are the cause. They checked, but there was no failure of any equipment. It's just that they feel like the Hyperion folks, as time goes forward, they get relaxed. They don't shut the doors like they should, and that's how the AQMD told me why there were some issues over past few days. There were complaints. We have a number of complaints that they told us, but they did not. The number of complaints did not rise for issuing an NOV, but they did investigate. There was no failure of any equipment or system. It's just that they found doors to be open and that kind of thing.
To Carol's point, the communication plan is critical. We're going to the summer. People are going to be outdoors. Prevailing winds are onshore after 12 to 1 every single day. It's going to be a brutal summer. We need to work really diligently with them to control the odor and get the word out to our people, because it's going to be rough, I think.
And the communication process flow that I am looking for encompasses LA County Health. I want to know when they're contacting LA County Health, what triggers them to contact LA County Health, when LA County Health contacts us, what is that communication process flow? So if there's any more time where raw sewage is going into the ocean, people are being notified in a timely manner. And if there's an issue with it, we need to understand what that communication protocol is, which encompasses LA County Health.
Thanks, Elias. Thanks for being on top of it, too. I know it's in addition to your everyday job. We are adjourned. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for staying late.